Hello, everyone. Hello, Plenary. We'll be getting started shortly. We are just at this moment waiting for folks to trickle in. We are going through the waiting room to making sure it's only USS delegates and alternates in this room, and we will be getting started as soon as possible. This meeting is also being streamed on our Facebook Live, universitystudentsenate.com, and per open meeting laws. And we'll be getting started momentarily. It's good to see everyone. Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday, everybody.
Happy Sunday.
I just asked as you enter the room,
Happy Sunday.
please keep your microphone on mute if you're not speaking, so that can be helpful for us.
Happy Sunday, Giovanni. When am I going to get my USS swag? I'm jealous.
This is not USS swag, this is CUNY
See.
swag, but I'll make sure it happens. Oh my goodness. So we'll talk about this after the meeting. Can we get through this meeting first and then we'll go?
Sure.
I mean, we could talk about it before it starts. I forgot that it's live on Facebook.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun session.
That's very good.
Oh, that's right. I should pull it up on Facebook. I need to share this link with a few people.
That's what I'm doing right now on my phone.
Yeah, same here. My phone has an independent connection.
Good morning, good afternoon / good morning. I hope everyone is well. I have a quick question. One of the emails expressed that if you are an alternate delegate, we are supposed to let someone know. Is that in the chat or is there a specific person that's going to reach out?
That's if you step out. So let's say if you leave the meeting for something happens, or you have to go, or something happens, you're leaving the meeting for 10 minutes, you just put it in the chat, like, hey, your name, your position in your school, so we know who's in the meeting, who's not.
Thank you. And I love that sweatshirt. I need that. Like when you go to all these CUNY schools, it's like you can't wear one without the other. So why not one that just says CUNY? I love that.
Exactly my thoughts.
Where'd you get that?
I got that from CUNY. They haven't been released yet, but when they are, I'll let you all know.
You go to like 100 CUNY schools, it's like you can't wear York without LaGuardia or SPS. So it's like, what do you do?
I'll make sure. I'll tell CUNY, keep a selection for USS Plenary members. We're going to be getting started shortly. We're just waiting for folks to get into the room. Hi, Sevilla. I see you.
Hi, Giovanni. How are you?
I'm okay. I have a John Jay mug today.
Oh,
Yeah.
The filter is floof. Oh, I don't even have that mug. You're so fancy. We do have a fire microwave, though, in the student council office.
Yeah. I try to show love to all the campuses, you know? I try to show love.
She does her rounds and picks up all the merch from all the campuses.
I still have not gotten any merch in Brooklyn College. So
you told me you had.
Oh, wow. That's like, they're not showing you love, Giovanni? Like, damn.
But I know everyone's been asking me for the CUNY sweatshirt. So one thing I will do for you all, I don't know if CUNY is going to do this, but I'm good at convincing people. So we're going to make sure they leave a selection for the plenary. And then you all can have your first dibs in CUNY sweatshirts. But how's everyone doing? How is classes? Are we getting A's in our exams? Like, are we getting hundreds,
Yes.
five? Sevilla, what's going on there? What's
It's been
going
the
on?
holidays for me. So like we're actually still in the holidays. So it's been really rough. Like, yeah, it's been intense.
Plus the semester that started, no exams yet. We're still working on that.
Giovanni, are you kind of excited to almost be done?
Sorry, I was just responding back to an important message. So think about this. I've spent the past 2 years of my life spending one Sunday a month with University Student Senate. So if you understand what I'm saying about that, then yeah. But it's kind of bittersweet, but I think it's life. But I'm excited. I really think this plenary is in good hands. Like CUNY's in good hands with all of you. Has telling people that, like from the conversations we had in the retreat and just meeting all of you and getting to all of you know personally a little bit more. CUNY is really in good hands. So I think that's kind of exciting. But I've devoted 2 years of my life, one Sunday a month here. So it's been a commitment. It's been a journey. So I'm bittersweet, but I trust everybody else that's coming in. So the plenary, everybody else, and even the SGAs, you all are doing great work. So that's how I really feel. But am I tired? Yes. And am I back to being a normal human being again? Oh, certainly, of course. So I can actually study. I actually have a stats exam, coming up. So yeah.
That's is the worst. At
Yeah.
least for me, it's so hard.
Math
Oh,
is
good
hard.
luck. Seriously. Math can be work, but statistics, it's its own special kind of beast. And you can ask any computer science student this question, like which version of math they hate the most. And unless you're getting someone who's like used to coding, it's always statistics. It's like you have algebra, you have calculus. They're two different beasts, but stats sits like right in this middle, this weird kind of hybrid that no one likes.
It's funny about statistics is that everybody complains about them, but then you have all these fantasy sports things that go on, and they're all based on statistics. So,
but
there you
that's
go.
fun, Professor Hugo Fernandez. It's not fun when we have exams that rely on our grades, and that's not fun. I do truly believe what we learn in school, it is helpful in some way, but when your GPA relies on it, that's a little lot for me. It's a little lot.
Yeah, also it's the difference between memorizing music versus memorizing like, I don't know, like random science stuff.
Random science stuff.
Even think of stuff right now.
And sometimes you do better in the classwork or you're panicking the exam, you start doubting yourself, all these different voices in your head. Am I doing the formula right? And then you get confused and then you end up messing up. So that's the scary part about it.
Yeah, exam anxiety is a real thing.
But I like to think that grades matter, but they don't define you. So just do your best. And I think professors, they see when you do your best. Well, some do. We always have the bad group of bad apples.
It's like everything else with life. You'll have good, you'll have bad bosses, you'll have good bosses.
What well said, American Idol is always a loser getting rich and famous. The winners never, you don't hear about them. All the winners of these competitions don't go anywhere. Look at Jennifer Anderson, she didn't win American Idol. What happened to the person who won?
Well,
So-
I think it also comes down to your definition of success. A lot of people look to Jennifer Aniston, but it depends. Do you actually want that lifestyle? Like people breathing down your throat every 6 seconds. So
So we'll be getting started at 12:20. Jasper, Joseph, Robin, those who are managing the breakout rooms, because it's Sunday. I'm cautious of everyone's time. So we have 8 minutes to let folks trickle in, and then as folks go on, they'll come in, but we want to get this started because we have a long and juicy day ahead of us. I see everyone is taking deep breaths.
Yeah.
Everybody. I don't know what's going on, but you all got this. You know, let me give you my little words of encouragement. You all got this. And it's gonna be good. Just woosah, chill. Just
How does it feel to be on the other side, Giovanni?
for the first time in about 3 years, I am not seeking any vote. So it does indeed feel different. It feels like a breath of fresh air. I obviously don't know what's about to happen, but I do think it feels definitely different. But the advice that I'll give you, because I've been in people's shoes before, is do your best, relax, just know that everything that you've done in your life has prepared you for moments like this. You know, if you're speaking, you mess up a little bit, we're not going to notice unless if you blatantly like make us notice. People don't notice. So, and everyone, no one's perfect. So don't beat yourself up and do what you got to do. That's it. That's the wisdom. Smile a lot. We like the smiles. So smile a lot. You're smiling. And yeah, good vibes. Good vibes. Good energy.
I'm really glad to see that we have such a large turnout here, because it means that we have dedicated delegates and alternates, and we have a large team that we can actually work with.
Yes, that's
Just need to keep it this way.
Absolutely. We need quorum at every meeting. Everybody keep coming.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, I absolutely agree, because we need everyone's voice here. If we don't, then, you know.
This is a trial by fire stage, you know.
Oh, good. I'm a fire sign. I'm going to enjoy this.
So just a little heads up before we formally get started, a little run through of how today's going to go. Obviously, we have, after my chairperson's report, we have USIRC. USIRC is going to take it away then. You know, those who've been here before know the deal and, you know, the nominations and whatnot. So USIRC will be doing that. Like always, they go into a breakout room to discuss and deliberate, obviously, of course, logistic things. And then that's it. Those who've been here before, like Aaron and Saif and other people, they know the rodeo. And those who are new, welcome to the show. I like to say the first 2 meetings of the USS plenaries for the year is the most exciting one. It's a real show. So sit back, get your water, get your tea. I have my grapes. I told y'all I would have snacks today. We're healthy today. I did not go for the popcorn. I went for the grapes. So.
I got my chocolate milk.
You have your chocolate milk. Okay, I like that. Does anybody have their coffee? Because, you know, I'm a coffee fan. So
I already had 2 cups.
No, I finished mine. So I can grab an ice cup that's like in the fridge though.
That's good. We have 5
Or I
minutes.
could grab a chai tea.
We have 4 minutes till we get the show going. So get what you need to get, do what you need to do.
This is my water bottle.
Oh my God.
And just a reminder, for purposes of us maneuvering properly, if you are not a USS delegate or alternate and you are on the Zoom, our staff is going to be looking through to making sure, because we don't need to have a bunch of people that are here that are not here. That's why we stream on Facebook Live. I don't think everybody here that we have is a delegate or alternate, so we don't have to worry about that. But yeah, just a disclaimer. And yeah.
Yeah, everyone, don't forget self-care. This is going to be one long meeting. And I love Zia. I love that water bottle. You're almost like you're just like me. I got this big Brita water bottle. So no matter where I end up, I fill it up. It's got the Brita filter like right inside.
My excuse is I don't want to go to the gym, so it's like weights. I just carry it around wherever I go.
Oh, I hear that.
Someone is trying. Someone asked where do they send like their speech or blurb for nominations. Someone just directly messaged me. I thought I should just say it out loud because I'm pretty sure people have that question. USERC will let you all know where to send that to, that email to send that to, because USERC will make sure everybody in the plenary gets your speeches and whatnot. Usually there's a couple of days, if you read the documents of when you can put stuff together. People put PowerPoints together, people put documents together, people put one pages together, whatever it may be. That stuff you share over to USERC, and USERC will
Madam Chair, just a quick update. The question that was asked, we are already starting on the wrong foot. That question, that email was sent with details of where things will go. Date and times were provided. So if folks are asking now where things are going to go, we're already starting on the wrong foot.
Make
So
sure you
please,
read your emails, because I actually saw that. Okay, so
thank you.
someone said
Yeah.
they didn't get it. We'll check in with that person just in case. Because I
Yeah,
don't know.
thanks for that, Joseph. Everything was listed in the emails. There are like 4 or 5 different attachments. You gotta go through carefully.
And if you did not get it for any reason, it will be resent to you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it was like 4 attachments, and it came from Robin Green like a day or 2 after the last plenary.
Okay, we'll be getting started in 1 minute, folks. Okay, make sure you get your laptop chargers, phone chargers, whatever chargers.
Please no.
I have my laptop plugged in, but honestly, if I unplugged it right now, it's good for at least 20 hours. So I'm not bothered.
What is your battery life? That's incredible.
Okay,
It's the
everyone.
Mac M1 Air. It's pretty good.
It's 12:20. We will be getting started. Please mute. If you're not muted, our staff will mute you all so we don't have background noises. And let us begin. Good afternoon, all. Welcome back to those watching on Facebook Live. Welcome back to University Student Senate. We are back in action. I know many people have been asking. We're back with a new plenary, bigger, better. I would like to call this meeting to order. The time now is 12:20 p.m. I am Giovanni Piquant, chairwoman of University Student Senate, and I'll be chairing this meeting today. Thank you all for taking the time to attend, and welcome to our wonderful plenary group of 2021 to 2022. It's an honor to have you all. You all are remarkable, and CUNY will be in good hands. In this meeting, we will be receiving a chairperson's report, and we will be conducting the nominations for the USS steering positions for all executive positions. Before we begin business, I would like to go over a few procedures. This is a formal meeting consistent of Robert's Rules Orderly Newly Revised Brief Edition. Please silence your laptops, your phones, please mute yourself. Just a reminder, only delegates are allowed to vote. If your delegate is not here and your alternate, you can vote in the place of that. Delegates are the only ones allowed to speak. Please wait to be acknowledged by the chairperson before speaking. Use the raise hand option, and please state your name and campus for meeting minute purposes. In order to keep count of quorum, please let us know if you're going to be stepping out in the chat. And if there's anything you need, feel free to say it in the chat. Our USS staff, Joseph Awaji, USS liaison, Jasper, our legislative director, Robin Green, our executive director. Thank you for your cooperation. This is my second to last meeting with the University Student Senate. You all have been seeing me for a while for the past 2 years. So this has been a long time in the making, but I'm glad to bring CUNY into good hands. So with that being said, we will now be moving to roll call. Jasper, take it away with roll call.
I don't need to know.
Or Robin. I don't know who's doing what this time, but Jasper or Robin.
All right.
Roll call.
All right, roll call. CUNY graduate Edward Charnley.
Yeah, I'm sorry, the connection isn't very good there. Edward Charnley, USS Delegate, CUNY Graduate Center History Program.
Jonathan
Present.
CUNY Law, Nerdine Motion,
Present.
Corey Provost,
Present.
CUNY SPS, Daniel Sahani,
Present.
Jamie Lerner Bircher,
Present.
Jacqueline Tolman,
Present.
School of Public Health, Sir Lee Altador,
Present.
Claudia Calhoun,
Present.
School of Labor and Urban Studies, Tania Caldwell,
Present.
Marlon Bailey,
Present.
Kevin Wilson,
Present.
You started to get a little bit more comfortable with it, right? Okay.
Baruch College, Ashley Chen,
Present.
Daniel Flores,
Present.
Brooklyn College, Maria Jose Romero Yoquero,
Not here.
Chica Otosi,
OTC, it's Chico OTC, and I'm present.
Chica Otosi, thank you. Aaron Grammer,
Present.
Ikura Nahid,
Not present.
Louis Denahil,
Present.
City College, Kazi Tedwa,
Here.
Andrew Salmeri,
Present.
Anisha Saeed,
Present.
Abdullah Mohiddin,
He's not making it today.
thank you. Hunter College, Ariana Ahmed,
Here.
Shuhashani Khan,
Here.
okay, thank you. Dabahish Basnet, Kayla Benjamin,
I believe they're alternates, so I'm not sure if they'll be here.
thank you. John Jay College, Denise Batista,
Present.
says it's via, sorry for the pronunciation. War,
Yeah,
what's it? I know you wrote it down, Giovanni. What was it?
it's Sevilla.
Thank you. Sylvia Waronker,
Present.
Devon Brooks, Gregory Christoph, Saif Alam,
Present.
Peru Shatum Shah, Lehman College, Arya Kalab,
It's Arya Cal, then present.
thank you very much. Arya Kalab. Naisha Nevers,
I'm here.
Khalid Kim, Nadine Zerfi,
Present.
Mega Evers, Diamond DeVoe, Brian Garrett,
Present.
Tracy Squires,
Her and Trisha are both alternates, so I'm not sure if they'll be here.
all right. New York City Tech, Abigail Thomas,
Yes, present.
Salumata Domboyo,
Salimatu Doumbouya, but you're fine. Present.
Matthew Arens, sorry.
Present.
Thank you. Seda Barry, Queens College, Jamal Mark, Muslima Abdul,
Present.
Zaire Colate, and Enrique Pena.
Present.
College of Staten Island, Mawan Mahmood.
It's Marwan and I'm present.
Thank you. Angeline Acevedo,
Present.
Jesus Roland, sorry. Michael Avi.
Hello, Michael Ivani.
Thank you, Michael. And Jing Wing. York College, Keanu Loyola. Amul Salah.
Present.
Sumaya Ali.
Present.
Bianca Cherry. BMCC. Nana Owosu.
Present.
Radvinda Kaur.
Present.
Rayon Chan. Shauna K. Thomas. She was in earlier, but I mean, just.
Yeah, Shauna was seen. She'll be back.
Yeah, Savia, I believe you answered, and yeah, we did call on John Jay. We passed John Jay. And you did respond, present.
Bronx Community College, Jasmine Ramirez.
Present.
Thank you. Ekina Dose Asemata.
Present.
Kelly's Richards. And Jethy Jason Mensah. Gutman Community College, Bashir Juwara,
Present.
Kelsey Lowe,
Oh, she's not here today. She couldn't make it.
Hostos Community College, Brian Carter. Boam Podi Tombiano. Kingsborough Community College, Diane Lake.
It's Diane M. Lake, and I'm here.
Thank you. Anthony Thomas.
Present for Anthony.
Lana Krimberg.
Lana and Mocha are our alternates, so they're not here.
Thank you. LaGuardia Community College, James Stewart.
Present.
Thank you. Junyande Ahmed. Maya Dembi. Shopna Mazumad.
Hi, yes, present. I'm Shopna.
Thank you, Shopna.
Yeah.
Queens Community College, Andre Arias.
Audrey and present.
Chloe Sherry. Charlene Hurlington. Sophia Rosado.
Present.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes roll call for the plenary.
With that being said, do we have a quorum?
Give me one moment while I tally.
Thank you.
We have a quorum of 34 delegates, so we have reached quorum.
Oh, I was on mute. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Okay, next item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Is there a motion on the floor to approve?
Motion to approve.
Mr. Grama, can I finish saying the motion? Thank you. Is there a motion on the floor to approve the plenary of University Student Senate held on September 26, 2021?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Yes, I second the motion.
Okay, Aaron Gama from Brooklyn College motions, Abigail Thomas from City Tech seconds. Any discussion or readiness? All in favor, aye. Any nays?
Aye.
Ooh, ooh.
Aye.
One thing I forgot to say, if you are voting in
Aye.
favor, no need to unmute yourself. If you're opposing or saying nay, please unmute yourself and state that so we don't have a chorus of ayes and ayes. You all sound lovely though. Okay, this motion passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda is approval of the meeting minutes of May 16th, 2021. Is there a motion on the floor to approve the USS plenary meeting of May 16th, 2021?
Motion to approve the meeting minutes of May 16th, Jonathan Hannon, Graduate Center Computer Science Program.
Okay, is there a
USS alternate.
second?
I second Jonathan's.
Oh, wait, I'm an alternate. I can't.
Oh, so then I make the motion to approve it, Giovanni.
Okay, Abigail Thomas from City Tech motions to approve the meeting minutes. Is there a second?
I second.
Andrew, who seconded?
Andrew Salmieri.
CCM1.
CCN1. Okay, any discussion or readiness? All in favor, aye. Any nays, any abstentions? Approval of the May 16th meeting minutes passes unanimously. Okay, now we're into the interesting part, the juicy part, the chairperson's report. So everyone, welcome. These are my final remarks. Well, yeah, my last chairperson's report of my tenure. And we have a couple of updates for you all. First, I want to talk about a little bit of what we did this summer at University Student Senate. I know some people probably saw us off the radar, but we were still heavily working, doing extraordinary things. First, starting off with our USS Scholarship Committee that has been doing tremendous work to making sure that our scholarship funds get back to the students that need to. We have a hard deadline coming up very, very closely, and we want to make sure that we have all hands on deck. So we are going to be reaching out to all members in the plenary and also our steering, of course, to making sure we can join hands and help us out to making sure we completely finalize the review of the scholarships for the CUNY community. Many students have reached out regarding when is the deadline for the scholarships. They will be notified about that mid-October. If they are a recipient of the University Student Senate Scholarship. USS, fun fact, gives out scholarships every year to the CUNY students with our student activity fee. That is a way for us to give back and give back to the students with the funds that we have from student activity fee. So I just really want to thank the Scholarship Committee for working endlessly this summer, doing extraordinary things for the CUNY community, and they're going to continue to do so and bring this home. And Next thing we did this summer was we had an array of a lot of things going on with CUNY funding. We did something pretty big that we were calling on President Joe Biden to do, was cancellation of student debt, even though we didn't cancel everybody's student debt at CUNY. We have a handful of students where their tuitions were completely wiped out, zero. And that was extraordinary. Students who receive financial aid and who are in economic hardship were priority. And their tuition was automatically removed from their CUNY First, or a specific amount based on how much their income level is. The good news is that on your CUNY First, if you go to the CUNY Comeback Program, you still can apply for economic relief from these funds. If you are in economic distress or you have past debt that you need to pay off at CUNY, even though you may not receive TAP or Pell. For example, like me, I do not receive TAP or Pell. I can still apply to the CUNY Comeback Program and receive economic relief from the City University of New York, which is extraordinary. So please take advantage of that. They've emailed that. CUNY has emailed that. I'm the CUNY student that checks my email. I hope you all do as well, because they send important information there. And please check that. And if you are eligible, which every student is, apply for the economic relief under the CUNY Comeback Program to take it all away. These resources are here for students, and it's very important you all are taking advantage of it. Coronavirus, Delta variant, Lambda variant, Gamba variants. We are still in the thick of a pandemic. The pandemic is not over yet, but we have a vaccine, we have vaccines. CUNY led a campaign calling to students to vax up. We do know there is a hard deadline in regards to being able to, we do know that there is a deadline coming up tomorrow where students potentially are dropping of courses if you're not vaccinated or in campus or whatever it may be. Many students have reached out to me on this particular issue. We do know it is a very nuanced issue. I, of course, as USS chair, do not want my lovely CUNY peers to be kicked out of their classes. Of course, that is the deal. We do know, and we cannot be remiss and go to a blindsided fact of that. We do know CUNY wants to ensure that they are protecting students, and we are, in our CUNY community, we are safe. And this whole coronavirus and vaccination and what we're supposed to do to keep everybody safe and public health, I believe everybody's learning as they go. I will be reaching out to the Office of Student Affairs tomorrow. One thing I will say is students did get notice telling them if you are in an in-person class, you need to be vaccinated. There is a conversation, of course, who is this policy going to disproportionately affect? Perhaps the most marginalized, perhaps those who are extremely busy. Let's say if a student has to graduate and now they can't because of such situation. We won't know the exact scenarios until they actually happen, of course. We do know, obviously, it will happen. This is the CUNY policy. But I do trust and believe as student advocates and myself pushing for some sort of reconciliation or some way that we can help students get through this, to making sure that our students are not in harm's way. Let's say if we have a senior and they have a class, I don't want this policy to stop them from graduating. That's kind of, extreme. So we want to make sure that we do that in the most responsible way as possible, and not forgetting that CUNY does have an obligation to make sure our CUNY community is safe. But I want to talk about a little bit about the victories that we've done this past year. We had a historic state budget, amazing, phenomenal CUNY funding that we received from the TAP Gap, from funding for mental health services, from whatever it may be. We've gotten historic funding, even in a pandemic. The legislature, I believe, could have obviously done more. I always think the legislature can do more, but they've done remarkable things this year. And for us to be able to do that in a pandemic, it didn't just take me, it didn't just take a steering, it didn't just take USS, it took the whole CUNY community. I saw some of you all at rallies, organizing, telling people to get registered to vote. All of these things you all are doing are all playing a role in the fight for higher education advocacy. And thank you so much for all of you. I know some of you have been in your SGAs. I'm watching you, I see what you all doing with your SGAs posts. The ones with the night prig workshops, registering folks to vote, letting people know when the deadlines are coming. That's all plays a huge role in what we do. So I just want to thank you all for being a part of this village and making sure that you made this happen. And it's been a long year. We were in a pandemic, mostly virtual. So I want to commend my steering for leading through a time where it was just Zoom boxes. That's all we've ever known. So give yourselves a pat on the back. I want to commend my steering for sticking it through. It was definitely a long year. Those of you who've been here, who've been seeing, it has been an extraordinary year. It has been a very long year. This exact date last year, I was going to be running for chair of USS. So a year happens by so fast. And now this journey is now over. But I trust and believe that we have made a world of a difference in the CUNY community. It has been a historic time. We have seen so many things happen, from a pandemic to a new president, to coronavirus, to higher education and all. But there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I say this, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. There's a lot of work that we need to do, and our job here is not done yet. And the whole point about leadership is to making sure that those who come after us do bigger and better things. So you all have big shoes to fill, big gaps to fill, but I trust and believe you all will fill them. And it is incredibly important that you all do this with the passion of your heart. I've done this for 2 years. If I didn't love this, I don't think I would be spending one Sunday a month with CUNY students, trying to make sure, how do we make ends meet and make things better? So from the bottom of my heart, to everyone who's always sent words of encouragement, who has been leading me on through the tough times, to the good times, to the students who get involved, who come to events, thank you all so much to everyone on this call, and just the CUNY community in general. It has truly been an honor serving USS, being chair of USS, and bringing CUNY to higher heights. And I think it's all about legacy. I think it's all about what we do. And I truly believe this has been a historic year. This has been a steering that is going to be unforgettable. We have done things that have been unforgettable. And I think that we have changed the lives of CUNY students forever. And I'm forever deeply changed and heartened by it. But I truly believe that it's always time to move on to bigger and better things. It's time for Giovanni to be a big girl now, to move on to bigger and better things. My service to New York City is not over yet. It's actually just beginning. I'm in my senior year, so I still will be here. You all can always reach out to me if you ever need anything. And it truly has been a remarkable journey serving the students and doing this. This has been a huge life in the making. And one thing I will let you all know is, never forget about those who are marginalized. Never forget about the voiceless who needs a voice, and never forget about your abilities to change the world. Remember those 3 things. And if you remember those 3 things, despite the challenges and adversities, you'll be able to maneuver through them all, because I did it. There are times when I thought I wouldn't be able to make it here. It's kind of like surreal. I think I'm sitting here and I made it here, because it's been rough. But it's just a testament to let you all know you all are remarkable, do amazing things, make me proud. I want you to outdo everything that we did and make it better. So with that being said, that concludes my remarks as chair of University Student Senate. And with that being said, we will be moving over to USERC. Dun, da, da, da. Now we'll be moving over to USERC, where they will be conducting the procedures and the facilitation of our nominations for the USS steering positions. I now would like Lucrece, the chair of USERC this year, to introduce herself to the new plenary. USERC, you know how on every campus you have that committee that has students a part of it, and faculty and other people, to making sure that SG elections go fine and making sure everything goes okay. So that's the USERC. That'll make sure those are going to be appoint people for USS and whatnot. So Lucrece, take it away. Professor Hugo Fernandez, Joseph, take it away and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Lucrece Francois, and I am an Associate General Counsel at the Office of the General Counsel for CUNY. This is my first time serving as chairperson, so I'm excited to be on board. Given that I'm new, I'm a little unsure as to exactly the order of process, but thank goodness Joseph is here to assist me with that. I had the dubious honor of joining CUNY right when we shut down for the pandemic. So I am newly coming into the office, and I'm newly acquainted with all of the, and I'm using air quotes here that you cannot see for exactly this reason, I'm newly acquainted with the CUNY technology, where I can either speak with you during this meeting, or you can see me during this meeting. If I try to do both, I get kicked off of this call. I'm using a CUNY phone. So I will get kicked off this call if you see both. So right now, I think my voice is more important than my visage, so I'm going to stick with just speaking with you, if that's all right. I just want to hand it over to Joseph to see if there's anything else that he'd like to say, and also to have him kind of like lead me through this process.
Thanks, Lucrece. From there, we're going to call on Hugo, Professor Hugo Fernandez, who is the next USERC member. So Professor Hugo, please take the floor.
Right. Joseph, am I just introducing myself?
Yes, yes, sir.
Hugo
Yes, sir, you
Fernandez. I'm actually a University Faculty Senate senator from LaGuardia Community College, but I also serve on the executive committee of the University Faculty Senate. And as a result, am on the Board of Trustees Committee for Student Affairs and Special Programs. So, and I've been coming to these things for many, many years, and we're going to have some fun today. So thanks.
Thanks. Christina Wazak, the next USERC member.
Hi, everyone. Hi, my name is Christina Wazak, and I currently work in student activities at Borough of Manhattan Community College, BMCC, and I also spent a lot of time at Brooklyn College, and I am a CUNY alum as well. I attended Brooklyn College, and this is my first time with this committee, so I'm looking forward to learning and getting to know it all, and just doing it on the USS level instead of on the campus level. So I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me. And we're gonna do it.
All right, hi everyone. Joseph Awaji, staff to USERC. So you'll be hearing a lot of my voice in this conversation to assist and aid USERC so that we can have a smooth, quick nominations. So please, one thing I'll add to what Lucrece, the chair, just spoke of is that the emails that Lucrece sent out, please do your best to read those emails word for word. Mark the dates on your calendar. This is going to be very important because we're trying to avoid any problems down the line. You know the dates you must submit, whatever you need to submit. If you have any questions, please send that email to Lucrece. You will see that email address in there as well. We will answer you accordingly. But do not wait till last minute after the deadline has passed to ask, what you can or cannot do. The next thing I want to be very clear here in speaking on behalf of Lucrece is the following: check your school email. That is where all proceedings will be going through. We're not using Gmail, AOL, Yahoo, whatever Hotmail. We are not using any of that. So utilize your school email, and this is going to be something that is going to help you. For those who don't really love to check their school email, this probably will help you to start checking your school email, because this is what we're going to utilize for this proceedings. You send anything via Gmail, Hotmail, AOL, it will not be accepted. Let's make that clear off the bat. Please, it will not be. So please utilize your school email address. Also, before we proceed, make sure you know your Apple ID. You will need it for any voting that we are about to take this morning. So if you don't know this Apple ID, take time, find it, and write it down so that the process can go as smooth, fast, and effective. So at this point in time, we'll probably, Robin, if you don't mind, put in, put USERC into a breakout session for about 2-3 minutes. We'll come out of the breakout session and we'll start the nominations for the student reps that have to be on USERC. So if you don't mind putting us in the breakout room.
You want me to start the breakout room now?
Yes, put us in the breakout room, please. Yeah. And then, Madam Chair, you can take over until we are back.
Yes. So USERC will be going into a breakout room for 5 minutes just to situate everything to make sure nomination goes as smoothly. And then they will come back and do the student nominations for the members of USERC, because 2 students have to be on USERC. And then after that, nominations begin. So dun, 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 hang tight, drink your water, get your snacks. I have my grapes. You guys can talk to me if you want to now. We're just waiting for USERC to do what they have to do. Hi, Amber, welcome.
Oh my God, how do I go to the breakout?
The breakout room is only for the USERC administrative.
Sorry.
These are USERC members, not us. So you all are spending time with me right now for these 5 minutes.
Spending time with Giovanni.
So question, just not that it matters, but procedurally, are we suspended right now? Are we still in session? What's going on?
We're in session right now. We're in session, but it's an intermission because we're not in person. If we were in person, USERC would be able to huddle in the back of the plenary room, a panorama happened, and then everybody was like, the only way we're going to interact is Zoom boxes. So that's how we kind of have to do things. But usually we actually meet in person, USS meetings. Everybody sits together. Like we look at the United Nations of Student Leaders. It's all formal. There's like food, hors d'oeuvres, coffee, soup, sandwiches, like all sorts of, preferences. It's a whole thing. So hopefully you all get to experience that this year. Hopefully, I hope so, because it is really fun. We get to. They should have sent us food.
So as a question regarding USERC members that come from the SGA presidents that are not on USS, how do we nominate those members if they're not present at the plenary?
Well, normally those people who are running for USS positions, they're smart enough to make sure that they reached out to SGA president. And if they nominate somebody, they'll be let into the Zoom room. And they normally, everybody who's running for elections, people always make sure there's a USERC there because everybody wants to make sure they win and make sure that we get things going. So you don't have to trust me. You see how quorum is here today? People are going to make sure they come today. So,
Thank you.
On that note, if I may, I'm sorry, Giovanni, while we have a moment, I just want to reiterate to everyone what Giovanni said at the beginning of the meeting about the scholarship committee. I'm Sarah Ortiz, she, her, current outgoing vice chair for graduate affairs. I cannot overemphasize everyone who is on this call. I want to hear from all of you. I want to hear from Robin Green, our executive director, that all of you have signed up for at least 10 scholarships. USS scholarships, we've had over 1,100, or Giovanni can correct me if I'm wrong, which is less than last year. Just about 10 or 11 people have been struggling to get done these scholarships. We all are busy, we all have lives. But if you want my vote and if you want everyone else's vote on this call today, I'm just gonna break it down. You have to show up for your CUNY students. This is your opportunity. I see people on this call who have powered through 90, 100 applications. I am holding myself accountable. I haven't been able to do that myself, so I got someone on board who did 90 applications. If you can't do it, please find someone who can, and a fellow CUNY student. So I want to see all your names signing up for the scholarships committee. Our deadline is October 1st. And if you want everyone's vote, show up. For CUNY students who have suffered during the pandemic, this is the time. We will not be able to distribute these scholarships unless people review their stories. And these are love letters to CUNY. I was in tears last night reading one. So please, 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 please. It's not about what you get for food, what fun we have. This is when people are trying to keep food on the table and keep their jobs and take care of their kids. So I don't want to hear any banter about the glamour of what this is all about. This is about rolling up our sleeves, getting our fingernails dirty, and showing up for CUNY students. I'm just gonna say it, please.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, one thing about our scholarships is we do peer review, so it's not like administrators reviewing or whatever. We make sure we review each other's things. Obviously it's anonymous, so there's going to be a link sent and things sent to you all so you all can get involved. Nana?
Yeah, so I applied for that scholarship right before joining USS, so I think I'm still eligible, right?
If you applied, you can't review, so that's okay. Like you have an exception, because if you applied for the scholarship, we obviously don't want someone who applied to reviewing the scholarship. But if you didn't apply for the scholarship, you can, and you are still eligible because you were in USS before.
Yeah.
When you applied. So thank you. Corey Provost.
Good afternoon. I had a question just for some clarity. In reading the rules, and my understanding of the rules is that while alternates are unable to vote in the presence of their delegate, they're still like an ex officio member of this body, so should be able to participate, making motions, nominate, etc.
Yeah, if in absence of their delegate.
Not in absence of the delegate, they can't vote in with their delegate present, but otherwise they can fully participate.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No worries.
I had a question concerning that also. With the confusion at the beginning, because I'm looking at the list of all of us and it says Jonathan is listed as a delegate. So is he a
That's a
delegate?
mistake.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that means if you changed it, if it was changed, was that changed on your local campus, Jonathan?
No, we only get one delegate and one alternate because we're a professional school who only has a graduate program. And so our delegate is Ed Charnley and I'm the alternate. So there's a mistake on the form that says there are 2 delegates. We only have 1 delegate. I'm an alternate.
Okay, so we have to check into, because whatever CUNY student affairs sends to us, we extract. So we're gonna double check that. I made a note. Or you have your hand up again? Okay.
I don't want to scare anyone. I'm actually really a nice person. I sounded harsh, but I just want to say, you know, I'm the sweetest person. So if anyone ever wants to reach out, I'm just, you know, feeling so much love coming out of these scholarships. So it is a fun process. Don't be intimidated. This is where, you know, we realize that what we've been elected for. So these stories will inspire you. And I'm actually hoping to somehow use these in, of course, a way that can keep everyone's private information anonymous. But just a little secret, I want to put it together in love letters to CUNY, which would be maybe an art installation, maybe a book. Every single one of these 11,000 applications should receive the funds that they need and want. We can't, funds are limited. So as we know, CUNY. So help us help these students. I really appreciate all of those who have reached
Yeah,
out.
we still have 2 reviews to do for about 600 of the applications. So we really need all hands on deck.
All right, I love the fire, Sarah. Good.
Thank you all. I feel the love on this call and the energy.
You all have great energy. I feel like it's really like, I feel like I could go to a picnic with you all.
Because we still didn't start the nominations, but yeah.
It's still gonna be great energy because we are positive.
Amen to that. Yeah.
So how's everyone's classes going? Are your professors being nice?
My class are going well. That's because I'm a part of the MLA Academy. Did a lot of projects. So I had a meeting yesterday and this, and so it's about balancing everything. So I'm taking one day at a time. You know, so you know, I love what I do, and I like the energy. I like the drive.
I'd say that they're good. But like this past semester back in spring, I had a professor that he put himself on mute in Zoom and he didn't know how to unmute himself. So we were like half an hour trying to tell him like how to unmute himself. So I can say it's much better than the previous semester.
Wow. Wow. Tanya, you have your hand up?
Yeah, my class, they are good, but you know, I want to back on campus. I almost finished my bachelor without taking any class on campus, so it's hard. I don't like be at home.
Yeah, my professors, yeah, they're nice. I've had a lot of, our department is a small department, so they're okay. So I just tell everyone in my class they're registered to vote, and I tell them all the things CUNY's doing and what they should take advantage of. So I'm like the CUNY customer service person in all my classes. So when people have questions and whatnot, but it's pretty cool. But I hope your professors are being nice to you all and understanding in this pandemic.
Yeah, I have one really great professor who's like, if you're not even feeling well or you just like don't want to come into class, just don't. But do the work online and everything. I was like, wow, you're kind of nice. He's really great.
Nice.
Yeah, also random point. I have this box that has my name on it that keeps talking, but I'm not talking. So I'm not sure what's up with the box. Is there a way to remove it?
Oh, like you want to remove from the meeting?
Not me. There's another box that has my name on it and it keeps muting and like echoing and stuff, but I'm not talking. So I'm not sure what's up with the box.
Is it like highlighted green?
Yeah, I keep seeing it's unmuting, but you're not.
I know. I don't know who it is. I have a ghost or something.
I mean, that's
Madam Chair, we're back.
Okay, so Sylvia, I can remove that person, right? Or that thing.
Please. Thank you.
Okay. USERC is back.
Hello. Okay, are we ready to continue?
Yes, we are, Lucrece. Take it away.
Fantastic. Okay, as per the rules, we need 2 student members to be part of USERC. These student members will be the voting members, along with myself, Hugo, and Christina. No other members or staff of USERC will be voters or allowed to vote throughout any process. So at this point, we want to nominate those 2 students. The first being a student government president who is not a member of USS. And so at this point, I'm opening it up to nominations for these students. Anyone seeking to nominate a person who is president, but is not a member of USS at this point?
I see Nordine has her, Corey Provost has his hand up. Nordine doesn't have her hand up anymore. Corey Provost, do you have a nomination?
Good afternoon again. I do have a nomination. I would like to nominate Jelani Owens. Jelani is a co-president of Student Government Association at CUNY School of Law, who has, I think, demonstrated an amazing track record in advocating for students, being unbiased, being transparent. And I would like to push forward that nomination.
Okay, Jasper and Robin, can you please put that name on the voting list? And can you put all of the names that are of the nominees on the voting list as well, please?
Thank you. Will do.
Madam USERC Chair, Lucrece, we have to find out if the person that Corey nominated accepts.
Gotcha. Okay. Is that individual who was just named, is this individual present?
Yes, I'm present.
And do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Okay, at this point, if the name can be added to the list, that would be great.
Lucrece, another hand is up. Tiana.
Tanya.
Tanya. I would like to nominate Marlon Ballet.
Just for sorry, Lucas, just for clarification, are you nominating Marlon for just for the second position, for the second US student rep position?
The first one.
Marlon he's a member of USS. So we need one student SGA president that's not a part of USS, and we need another student, they could be a part of USS. So we just want to make that clarification for you. So you would like to nominate Marlon. Okay. Tanya Caldwell would like to nominate Marlon Bailey from the School of Living Studies.
And that's for the second position?
Yes.
Okay. Can we close? We'll hold that off and we'll, can we finish all of the nominations for that first position and then we'll proceed to the next one? Was that the only nomination for the first student position? Okay, I see no hands or see no other indicators. So going once, going twice. Okay, third, so that's closed, going 3 times, that's closed. Now opening up the nominations for the other student representative or the student member. There was an individual who was already nominated. Can you just repeat that, please, for the record?
Tanya, I believe Lucrece is speaking.
I'm just going to make a nomination for Marlon Bailey.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, and is that individual present?
Yes, he is here.
Okay, and do you accept that nomination?
You're muted.
Hello?
Marlon, you're muted. He's talking to the screen, but he's muted. I don't think he's noticing. A host can ask him to unmute. You can basically, if you're a host, just request from him to unmute.
I'm asking him to unmute. He's not unmuting. But can someone message him, please, or in the chat or something? Be like, you're muted. I don't know if you able to see that.
It's Marlon.
Or call him on a cell phone.
Oh, he's having problem.
Hello, is my connection working?
Yep, we can hear you, Marwan.
Yeah, sorry, my connection.
Is somebody calling Marlon?
Hello again. It keeps cutting out.
Okay.
Do you, Mom, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I said yes earlier. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you. Can you please add that name to the list? Are there any other nominees for the second student position?
Tanya is saying that in the chat that Marlon is going to have to restart his computer to
He's
deal with.
unmuted now. Marlon, can you hear us?
Yeah, my name is Marwan, but yes.
No, we're calling Marlon. We're not calling
Oh,
you.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I can hear.
Okay.
Hey, we can hear Marlon.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Yeah, well, the problem is I don't know what my thing is freezing up, so I may have to restart my computer. So just give me a minute to see if that fixed the problem.
Do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Okay, Lucas, just for the
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, so we can add the name to the list, please.
Yeah, so I'm gonna restart now and see if that fixed the problem, because I don't know what's going on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other nominees? Okay, I see no indication of additional nominees. Going once, going twice, going 3 times, and we're closing that nomination, or the nomination for that position. Okay. Jasper and Robin, please see that these nominees are on the Google Doc for voting.
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Madam Chair, request that I have the Google Doc. It's been updated, and I think we're going to go into roll call for a vote for those 2 positions. So Robin is going to do the roll call as she did at the beginning of the meeting. Delegates will be called to vote. Once your name is mentioned, I will be sending you a private chat of the link to vote. So please pay close attention to the chat. Once your name is mentioned, Joseph Awaji, boom, you'll get a link. You have a few minutes to vote. And then once you've received sent in the link, I'm going to tell Robin to move on to the next delegate. That's how it's going to be moving on. So please pay close attention to your chat. Click the link, vote as you see, follow the instructions. And once we are done, we'll go into a breakout session whereby the result will be revealed to USERC, and USERC will return and give the vote. And one thing I need you all to keep in mind, each member, although anyone's running unopposed, need 29 votes. Please keep this in mind. Each person to be nominated to win needs 29 votes. So please, when you decide to vote, decide to abstain, keep in mind, if Joseph Awaji comes out short as 28, we have to re-vote all over again. And because of time, we have only 1 individual on both sides of the house. Your vote do matters. Robin, take it away.
And again, Plenary, please forgive me if I pronounce anyone's name wrong. We're going to be together for a while, so I promise by next meeting we'll be best friends. Okay, and I'll even have a nickname for you. Graduates, CUNY Graduate School, Edward Charnley.
Madam Chairman, I'm very sorry. I have to admit I've become a little bit confused by the process of the proceedings. I'm voting for one of the candidates just mentioned. It's just that I've never heard of any of them. I'm not totally aware of the position they're being voted into, and I don't know what any of them stand for. Not that should interfere with one's ability to exercise their political rights. I just find that it helps.
So I'll intervene. If you're not speaking, please mute yourself. Our chair of USERC, Lucrece, did explain what USERC positions are. They're basically going to be 2 student representatives on the elections. For example, on your local campus on the Graduate Center, there's a committee. If there's an issue or dispute within the SGA elections or something that needs to be voted on, that group of people would convene. And you need 2 student representatives. Those are the 2 students we are nominating. Lucrece, I don't know the process of if the plenary would like to hear from these people to give a spiel about who they are and what they do. I don't know the process of that, Lucrece. You can please best advise on that. But before we go to Lucrece,
Yes.
you have your hand up, Mr. Kolb.
Yeah, Giovanni, I'm sure the 2 people who've been nominated are lovely. I just want to hear from them a bit, just want to hear why they think they're qualified for the position.
Okay.
I just appreciate that.
Okay. Lucrece, if you want to orchestrate or initiate that in a way of the way the plenary can hear from these 2 folks.
Sure. Let's start with the first position, which is the non-USS president. If you want to unmute yourself and just state a few words about who you are, what and why this position is a position that you seek, that would be great.
Sure. Thanks, everybody. So like Corey mentioned, my name is Jaylani. I use they, them, and theirs pronouns. I'm the co-president of student government at CUNY Law. And of course, as I said, I accepted the nomination. I'm currently at 3L, and I'm also vice president of the Black Law Students Association. And so I'm seeking the position just because I believe that I'm fair and unbiased, and 2 of the things that are really important to me and all of the work that I do are transparency and accountability. And just hearing from all of you about the work that USS is doing, I think that making sure that these elections are a transparent process and that there is accountability is really, really important to making sure that students get what they need and that they feel represented and like their participation in these elections matter. And so I would be really, really honored to have your vote. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. And do any of the participants have any questions of this particular candidate at this point or nominee at this point? No? Okay. And so thank you so much for that.
Sorry, Lucrece, I'm watching the hands raise option. Denise Batista has her hand up.
Yes, hi, thank you. I guess just one quick question. I know law school is a big responsibility and there's like a huge amount of workload that comes with that. So I guess how would you balance, this new responsibility with the ones that you already have?
Sure. So I'm in my last year, as opposed to kind of the first year where you're notoriously just busy and not really able to do much of anything. And so I've had 3 years of practice of balancing. And as far as like student government goes, Corey Provost is my co-president, and we're able to share responsibilities and keep ourselves kind of accountable to what we do take on. So I feel like from having the 3 years of practice, generally, but in the middle of a pandemic as well, being able to figure out how to do school in the middle of the pandemic, I think is what I would offer, I guess, as a response.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. I can see no hands, but I'm not sure if I'm seeing everything properly on this phone. Are there any hands that are up? No?
I don't see any.
Okay, great. Okay, so then I'm going to close this questioning period and ask the second student nominee to do exactly the same, to give us a little insight into who you are and to why you are seeking this position. And then a small question and answer period. You can go ahead.
Yes, my name is Marlon Bailey. I was trying to figure out, I'm the co-chair of the student union, 20 to 22 cohort for MLA, former VP of the Evening Weekend and Student Network. I've always advocated for students that I formed my own club, Jamaican Nights, where we got scholarship through the Chess in the School program for kids. You know, I like a challenge. I like advocating for the marginalized people, wherever they are. And, you know, I always try to honor the people that put confidence in me to do the job. And I'm a graduate student. I'm doing a master's in urban studies, track policy and administration. And I think, you know, I will, you know, stand up to the task and fulfill my obligations.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for this nominee? I see no hands. Okay, so now I'm going to, if there are no further questions of these nominees, then I'm going to throw this over to
we have is Marwan Mahmood also running for the second position? Or was he just having problems with his microphone?
I believe it was a microphone issue because
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Marwan sound like the same name. So I think there was a confusion.
Yeah, my thing was freezing up. I couldn't hear. I don't know what happened, so I had to restart. So sorry about it.
Okay, so just for clarity, there is one nominee for each position, correct?
Yes.
Is that okay? Perfect. Okay, great. So I'll throw this over, and I believe Jasper and Robin have updated the Google Doc for voting.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so then we can proceed at this point.
Just start the roll call.
Yes, yes.
CUNY Graduate Center, Edward Charnley.
Present. So I should be looking for something in the chat.
Yes, Joseph will be sending you a direct link for you to vote.
Next.
Jonathan Hannon.
Present. But I believe that's a mistake since I'm supposed to be an alternate non-voting member.
Okay, so yeah, so we have to correct that on the sheet then.
I will ignore the link I received.
Robin, what just happened?
He's listed on our delegate list as a delegate and not an alternate. So he just mentioned that he's the alternate and not a delegate. So that has to be corrected, and he's not going to vote.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I will disregard.
Yeah. CUNY Law, Nerdine motion.
Next.
CUNY SPS, Daniel Sayani.
Present.
And, okay, sorry.
Next.
Jamie Lerner Bercher.
Present.
Next.
School of Public Health, Charlene Altador.
Present.
Next.
School of Labor and Urban Studies, Taina Caldwell.
Present.
Marlon Bailey.
Present.
Next.
Baruch College, Ashley Chen.
Present.
Next.
Danielle, sorry, Ashley Chen, Brooklyn College. Maria's not here.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm Daniel Flores, and I go to Baruch College, and I'm also a USS delegate. I don't know if I was recently installed, so I don't know if my name is showing up or not.
On the list that I have, Joseph, he's listed as the alternate.
Okay, so Daniel, that's the list that was sent from your campus. So now there has to be some updates from your camp. Where were you installed?
About a week ago during the last undergraduate student government meeting.
Okay, we've not received an updated list as of now. So what we'll do is that Rab is going to make a note of that. We'll follow up next week for an updated list to be sent to us, and we'll correct it on our end.
All right,
No,
so
till
am I
that,
considered
yeah.
an alternate delegate for this meeting?
For this meeting, you are none.
Okay, thank you so much.
Anytime. Next, Robin.
Chika Otisi.
I'm here.
Next.
Louis DeManuel.
Present.
Next.
City College, Kazi Tejwa.
Present.
Next.
Andrew Samiri.
Andrew's not here. I'm gonna be taking his spot as delegate.
Anisha Saeed.
Yes, correct.
Next.
Hunter College, Ariana Ahmed.
Present.
Next.
Suhashani Khan.
Present.
Next.
John Jay College, Denise Batista.
Present.
Next.
VL Warren Kerr. Sorry.
Present.
Next.
Saif Alam.
Present.
Next.
Lehman College. Naisha Nevers.
Present.
Next.
Ari Kal.
Present.
Next.
Mega Evers. Brian Garrett.
Present.
Next.
Simon DeRoe.
Jerry Val, present.
Next.
New York City Tech, Abigail Thomas.
Present.
Next.
Salamatu Goyembaya.
Present.
Next.
Queens College, Jamal Mark.
Present.
Next.
Muslima Abdul.
Present.
Next.
College of Staten Island, Marwan Mahmood.
Present.
Next.
Present.
Angeline Acevedo.
Present.
What's the repeat that name again, Robin?
Angeline Avesedo.
Oh, present, yeah.
Next.
Jingyi Wang.
Present.
Hello?
Yes, 1 second.
Oh, sorry. But
No
my mic
worries.
isn't working. My bad.
No worries. Next.
Thank you.
York College, Keanu Loyola. Omu Silva.
Can I have you spell that name? Who was that?
OUMOUSYLLA.
Thank you. Next.
BMCC, Nana Owoku.
Present.
Next.
Rajvinder Kaur.
Present.
Next.
Bronx Community College, Jasmine Maramis.
Present.
Next.
Elizabeth Asamato.
Present.
Next.
Government Community College, Bashir Juwara.
Present. Robin, I'm sorry. I would like to point out I'm the grad delegate of Queens College. I was not mentioned.
Enrique, hold up. Enrique, stop. She will get back to you. Just do not interrupt so that we don't
All right.
miss the flow. We'll get back to you. Thank you. Robin, please go ahead. Sorry for that.
Okay. Kelsey Lowe.
No, she's not with us today.
Post Oaks Community College, Brian Carter.
Present.
Next.
Kingsborough Community College, Diane M. Lake.
Here.
Next.
Anthony Thomas.
Present.
Next.
LaGuardia Community College, James Stewart.
Present.
Next.
Junaid Ahmed. Not here. Queens Community College, Audrey Arias.
Present.
Next.
Chloe Sherry. Charlene Hurlington. Oh, that's it. That's it for the delegates. Sorry about
Okay.
that.
Go ahead, Robin. Mhm.
Enrique is listed as an alternate on the sheet.
Okay, so Enrique, that's what we have. Speak to your folks at Student Affairs. Updated list will be sent to Dr. Ian James, and then we'll make the changes at our end. Robin, anyone else? Is there anyone that Robin missed to call? That is a delegate. And if the delegate isn't present, it's an alternate.
I believe Kelsey is here, but her connection. She said it in the chat. Kelsey Lowe.
Which school?
Kelsey, where are you? Gutman Community College.
Okay, all right. Sending a message right now. Message link sent.
Actually, I'm Shopner. So do call my name?
What
No,
school?
she's with LaGuardia. She's an alternate.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, Robin is going to put us into a breakout session with USERC. She will join USERC and then give the tally vote. And then the chair of USERC, Lucrece, will then come back and then give her the results. So Robin, breakout session, please.
Okay, all they should be back shortly and we could really get started. Hi, Zaire.
Hi, Giovanni. I'm looking at our nomination papers that we sent in, and Enrique is listed as a delegate and not an alternate. Is there a way we can fix it now, or should I send it to you?
So we have to check it. We can't change it on our own. CUNY Student Affairs sends it to us. So we're gonna check in first thing in the morning with our Deputy Vice Chancellor Ian James to make sure, because we can't change it on our own. No. Thank you for letting me know. I put that on my notes.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you guys are so quiet. I can hear them drop in this room.
For the
Hi.
next meeting.
Oh, you want to talk, Vanilla?
I can
one talking a what?
Can I have one minute, everybody? Hello, can I have just one moment? Shopna, I just sent you the link for you to vote. One of your delegates, they were here. That's why we didn't call on you, but they're not here anymore. So now you have to vote. So I just sent you a direct link. Sorry, guys, you can go back to talking. And Giovanni, you can add me back to the breakout room.
So how was your summer vacation, Vanilla?
I'm living the life. I'm graduated, my bachelor's degree older. I'm just here. I'm quiet because, I'm no longer alternate. It's my last 3 weeks of being a vice chair. So I'm just here quiet watching you guys. It's very refreshing because this was me nervous a year ago. Giovanni has photos, videos, stressed out while we were running for elections. I wish you guys the best though, because this could be nerve-wracking.
I understand. You're like just by the sidelines. You're like, finally, I'm over this.
Yep. But it's fun.
There
USS
is
is fun.
I'm sorry, I had a procedural question. I'm really sorry, I'm kind of new to this
Oh.
body and something. So, is there a reason we're doing this by roll call? It's just that in any other body I've ever been in, if you have a non-contested election, it's
No,
much
we wanna-
quicker to do it by unanimous vote.
Yeah, so the reason why we're doing it by roll call is because we have to send this information to student affairs at CUNY, and they need written actual people who voted, the students who voted and whatnot, just in case something happened. That's the same thing for our USS elections. Even if someone runs uncontested, there's still a server that we use to vote, just for procedural issues. If, let's say, somebody needs to reference back something or how many votes this particular person got, that's why we do it. And we're also in virtual settings now, so that's why.
Right, I kind of follow you, but surely if you just ran it by unanimous vote, the amount of votes that person would get would be like equal to the number of the quorum for the session.
Yeah, so yeah, I agree, but we also do this just because we're in a pandemic now. This is like the second time we've actually are doing, and voting is published online. So they actually there's a chart that we have to actually publicly show, and CUNY Student Affairs. CUNY has to know, okay, who got elected into USERC, how many votes they got and whatnot. So that's why we do that.
Kind of follow you.
I understand what you're saying. I definitely understand what you're saying. We can do unanimous. I definitely get that. But since the pandemic, this is the way USERC has moved to do it, in terms of the students we appoint at USERC, because we're not in person anymore, and because it's not like USERC is in the back end, and I understand what you're doing, but those things can change if you all change the USERC rules in the future, whatnot. Matthew?
It's all bureaucracy. You can't help it. It's bureaucratic process. That's how it is.
Yes, give me 1 second, Matthew. Yes, Robin?
You add me to the breakout room, please. Thank you.
It's not letting me add you, and why aren't you a co-host? I don't understand why you're not. It's
No worries, madam. It's fine. It's fine.
okay. Matthew?
Will it be like regular or will it be ranked choice?
Regular. We don't have ranked choice voting at USS now.
Oh.
Arya?
Yes, but I mean, it's not officially ranked choice, but it's like de facto ranked choice because you have to get 29 votes. So we just keep.
But the 29 is because of quorum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I haven't, sorry, I'm new, so I'm just asking all these questions. Is there a way we as USS can change this procedure?
Yes, with the Constitution. You all can do that this year in the plenary.
Okay.
Oh, I had a question, but is there a parliamentarian?
I didn't appoint, usually the chair can appoint a parliamentarian. I did not appoint one because I'm leaving. The next meeting I'll be chairing is the elections meeting, so I'm gone. So I don't know if the new chair, the new steering, who they're planning on appointing or how they would like to go about that. But I didn't, because I will no longer be serving in USS after the next meeting because the new chair will be elected. So that's why I didn't feel comfortable to bring anyone in, being that there will be a new leadership.
That's fair. You know,
The new chair will be elected at our elections meeting. If you all read the documents sent by USERC, you all be able to see how the elections are conducted. Today's just nominations, so no one is voting on a particular person today. Today is where you get to hear people's speeches and you find out who's running for elections for the particular position. you'll have 3 weeks to campaign, and our next meeting, October 17th, will be the date everybody reconvenes and we vote. That's how the USS elections work for our Constitution.
I want to say one thing. One thing that COVID messed up is that you guys would have had a feel and know what to expect in this meeting if we were in person, because like you will get the opportunity to go on trip with USS. We'll have like a more in-person retreat, and we'll have workshops on what procedure is. So it's a lot of new faces. Things can be really confusing, but one step at a time. You know, Giovanni's there to ask any questions, so I'm here.
No, you are not voting on the chairperson today. You are just going to see today who runs for chair. You're going to see who runs for any executive leadership position today. They're going to give their speeches. The plenary will be allowed to ask them questions. And then after that, October 17th, that's when we vote for the new leadership. That should be next month. All of this stuff is written in your email. So it seems like some people did not read the USERC documents that they sent. Please read them. But yes, that's how it is. So no one's voting for nobody elections today. What's happening today is people are being nominated for a position and they give a speech and they're allowed to ask questions. Edward, do you have a question?
Yeah, no, it was more of an observation. I received some USAC sort of campaign rules and things, but maybe I was just confused about what I was looking at. I thought that it was just a memo, but maybe I missed something that was.
No worries. And our chair of USERC will explain everything to you all. Diane?
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing. Like when it comes to like the emails and the communication, like I read my emails 24/7, but if there's like one email about this, the next email about that, it's like spam emails. So is there any way we can fix the
We did send the
communication?
email. We did send the email of the USERC stuff in one email. It wasn't all attachments. I know it's a lot of attachments. We can send it back to you all tomorrow again, but it will be a bunch of documents because the email that we sent with a lot of attachments, that's where all that information was detailed. But we will send it again.
Please don't send me all of that again. It was like 6 attachments and I went through all of them. So I always have those emails that come from the USS. I make sure I have them on my phone and I go through them while I'm on the bus or whatever. So it's a lot of reading, but you got to put in the time if you want to be in this organization. Okay.
Someone asked, can you form a team if you're campaigning? You can do that. That's not a problem. People do that. Abigail, you have a question?
Well, no, it was more like a comment. So yeah, they sent out the email, and I know it's kind of confusing because USS sent out a lot of emails over the past few weeks. So I know a lot came in and you could get mixed up, but there was one particular email USERC sent out. It was like 4 attachments, including the rules. The reason they did it that way is any delegate, and I believe any alternate, can run for steering. So when they send out those emails, it's with the idea that anyone can do it if they're interested. And so you have to know the rules from the beginning because there's things that can trip you up. For example, you can't campaign before the nomination meeting is over. And if you do that, you sort of violate the rules. If you're not aware of them from the beginning, this is one of those things that can trip you up and you can find yourself disqualified. Just wanted to put that blurb out there.
And we're going to make sure, regardless, we are sending all of this information to you all tomorrow again, just to make sure people have it.
Oh, and also for Edward, and I forget who else was asking.
Madam Chair, we are back.
Okay, we're back.
Oh, cool.
Okay, hello everyone. So we have the results. For the first position, Jolani Owens has received 34 votes. And Marlon Daly for the second position has also received 34 votes. So to both of you, welcome to the team.
Okay, so honor and thanks for your confidence.
Yes, thank you, everybody.
Congrats.
Okay, so I believe that now we are going to, we've concluded this portion of the nominations and the elections. And so we are now going to go over to the nominations for the USS Steering Committee. Jasper is going to be the timekeeper as far as the nomination, which is a 2-minute speech by the person nominating an individual for a particular position. And there's 5 minutes for the speech for the nominee. And then after all the nominees have been selected, there will be a question and answer period, which will last 2 minutes. And it will be, all the time will also be kept by Jasper. The positions that we are looking to fill right now are chairperson, vice chair for legislative affairs, vice chair for fiscal affairs, vice chair for graduate affairs, vice chair for senior college affairs, vice chair for community college affairs, vice chair for evening and part-time affairs, vice chair for disability affairs, vice chair for international student affairs, and vice chair for technology fee affairs. Sorry about that. Okay. And so, bear with me one moment. Okay, so the following procedure for each officer position, the following procedure is what will be followed for the nominations. The nominating speeches for all officer positions shall be limited to 2 minutes each. Upon nomination, nominees' responses shall be limited to 5 minutes each. And then questions for candidates shall be limited to 1 minute speech, 1 minute each, as opposed to 2. So I stand corrected. It's not 2 minutes for the questions, it's 1 minute for the questions. Okay, the responses, however, to the questions, that has a 2-minute time limit. Okay, does anyone have any questions before we begin? I see no hands, but can anyone confirm that there are no hands, no questions?
No questions, Lucas. You can
great.
move on.
Okay, fantastic. So at this time, I'd like to open up the nominations for the chairperson. Do we have any nominations for the chairperson position?
Yes, we have Louis DeMaglo from Brooklyn College. Hand is up.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. For nomination for USS Chair, I would like to nominate Salimatu from City Tech. Salimatu is an architecture major at City Tech. If elected, she would also be the first Muslim Black woman chair of USS. She has dedicated herself to social entrepreneurship and is all about action, taking action, and supporting the student body. I've gotten to know Salimatu over the course of this time, and I would also like to say, as I've pointed out before, I'm familiar with City Tech as my father's been an adjunct there. And not to make this about politics above USS, but it would be great to see a City Tech USS chair when our mayoral-elect Eric Adams comes to town. So with that being said, I support the nomination of Salimatu at this time. I yield my time.
Okay, so does the nominee accept the nomination?
Yes, I do accept the nomination. Thank you, Luis, for this. Good afternoon, everybody. Like Luis said, my name is Salimatu Dumbuya, and I am an architecture student at the New York City College of Technology. I am an international student from Guinea in West Africa, and I have been in the US for 3 years now. My first language is not English, it is French. It's also Fulani, a little bit of Mandinka, which are all West African languages. So I would like to start by saying that I've had to choose love very early on in my life because I have not always been encouraged to do anything. I was always considered as being problematic, as talking too much. And even when I was grown up enough, people were telling me that I was too unexperienced. And that's why I was dreaming so big. And basically, I wouldn't be able to achieve anything. And that has started when I came into the US here, and I wanted to create a space for me to be able to recreate some kind of union between people of African descent here. The folks that I was talking to were basically afraid because I was willing to do what they were too afraid to start, which is starting a whole organization in a whole foreign country. I must say that that was fun. But the most difficult thing was to realize that people will not always listen to what you're saying, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't look at them with compassion, which is what I did. So in the 3 years that I've spent in the US, I have done everything I could to create conversations between CUNY students in general. These students come from the Booth of Manhattan Community College. Some of them are in hostels, John Jay, and all over. We basically sit down to find solutions to problems because I am a problem solver and I love listening to what other people have to say and how I can help them. Now my goal with USS is to bring on this experience of creating spaces and creating conversations and advocating for students by meeting them where they are. What I want is to meet the students where they are, is to be able to answer to people's needs in the rational way. So thank you again, Louis, for nominating me. And my different identities being a Black, African, Muslim woman make me able to understand the feelings of different types of minorities in this country and throughout the world. And I would be more than happy to bring all of these different perspectives to the table. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any other nominees for chairperson?
Yes, I'd like to nominate.
Request we have Aaron hand is up. We have Aaron.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I would like to nominate myself, and that's all.
Okay. All right. Would you like to present yourself to
Sure.
the members?
Do I have to accept the nomination of myself?
Well, yes.
I accept the nomination humbly. Okay, so my name is Aaron. I'm from Brooklyn College. I'm currently the co-president with Ikra Nahid. I am part of steering at the moment, and I'm going to be outgoing, possibly. The reason that I'm running, actually, I don't have any speech prepared, by the way, nothing at all. I just decided it about like 2 minutes ago. So the reason why I'm running, I think that there's a problem with the structure of USS that we have at the moment. I've seen so many problems in the past year that I've been a part of steering and before that also. And these are problems that are not related to a certain individual. These are problems that are related to the body itself. We have such a messed up situation over here of how the elections are set up, who runs the elections and everything related to that. I'm talking about as a steering member. Before I got into steering, I made a petition against proctoring for students. So some students, CUNY had a suggestion to install proctoring software on each computer that students have in order to monitor their eye movements and all kinds of stuff, see what files they have on the computers and everything. And I was like, this is ridiculous. We have to stop this. And I created a petition and we got 30,000 signatures for it. And, you know, I reached out to USS and I was like, why don't you support me basically with this? And I was getting like kind of like back and forth, not really anything I would say that came out of it. And when I got into steering, I talked with the CIO, Brian Cohen, and what he told me is, well, the vice chair for tech previously signed off on it. So basically what we had USS pitted against local campuses who were trying to push something. And we just, yeah, like the USS was like, screw the local campuses. We don't care about what's going on. I don't know if it was intentional or not, or just no knowledge, but yeah, that was something that happened. Furthermore, just for you to understand the concept of how USS is working, last year we didn't pass the budget until after February. If I'm not mistaken, it was in the March meeting that we passed the budget for USS. And the last meeting that we had was in May. We operated like two months. I hope everybody's proud of how we serve the students over there, and we got big stipends. And you know what I'm going to say is very simple. Okay, if I win the USS chairperson, okay, all the money, okay, that I get from USS will be going to USS delegates instead. Okay, that means every USS delegate will get a stipend. If you don't appear, okay, if we don't have quorum, you're not going to get your stipend. Very simple as that. If you don't appear, you'll be removed from USS. Okay, we're going to have an accountability system for once and for all. Okay, where this is not a joke that we just don't have students whatsoever because there's been fighting and whatever. There's political stuff happening. The USS, as much as it could be a body that has a lot of potential, is screwed, okay? And we can't allow this to just keep passing, okay? Every time to the next person, okay? And we just don't fucking hold anybody accountable, okay? Did you know that we didn't have the whole entire delegates? The delegate list for the whole entire year was not submitted. I couldn't contact any other delegate. Do you understand? There's no resolution on our website. There's no minutes. There's no agendas. There's not even one calendar that shows you where the meeting is. The communication platform that we're using, am I alone over here in this and seeing how the communication is working? Okay, now another thing that I want to pledge also over here, okay? The chairperson and student trustee will be separated, okay? That means whoever's going to be the chairperson will not be the student trustee. It will be elected by the USS as a whole. Because you know what? Someone could be the best student trustee, and sometimes they don't necessarily can run a team, okay? And that's fine, okay? But it needs to be separated. Not only that, the 10 positions that we have on vice chair, it just doesn't make sense how it works, okay? We're going back and forth, wasting time on elections. I just signed on Friday an executive order asking my college not to drop students, okay, who are going to withdraw. They're going to withdraw students who are in the middle of getting their vaccination, okay? Or because they were labeled incorrectly in CUNY first. And what is USS doing? Oh, we're doing nominations. We're going to be doing elections the next meeting. Well, what about all the students who are going to get dropped? Who knows? I'm just going to say what I'm bringing to the table is no more lip service over here with that. We're actually going to take action. We're going to change the structure of USS for once and for all. It's going to be a body that we can count on. Okay. I want this to be a body, a unified body. And you know what? And that's why I'm just going to say there's no team behind me. I'm running independent. Okay. I want to make a change. And you know what? If somebody can promise me that change and run for chairperson, I'll step down. And since I have 15 seconds left, I want to thank the person who nominated me, which is myself. And yeah, we'll end it over there.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other nominations, any other nominees?
Yes, I see the hand of Sophia Rosado.
Yes, I'd like to nominate.
Hello?
Sophia, who are you nominating?
Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello?
We can hear you now.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Hello. Yes, I'd like to nominate Abigail Thompson. I liked her energy and vibe throughout the meeting, and I would like her to become the chairperson.
Is this individual present?
Yes, I am, and it's Abigail Thomas.
Okay, and do you accept the nominee? Do you accept the nomination?
Wow, I'm absolutely thrilled, and I am in awe of who I'm running against. That's before I answer. I wanted to ask one question though, because someone asked this as well. Can you accept a nomination for more than one position?
No.
Okay, in that case, I accept this nomination. I accept it not because that anything in particular, and I will be running wholly as an independent, as being referred by the student, but I will take it as the student leader. And I have said this from the beginning. I do not want to run for this chair if it means I'm running on my own volition. But if the students want me to represent them in this chair, I will wholeheartedly run. And I will bring the type of change that's actually needed. We have a lot of people who probably want to run for this. Some of them the wrong reasons, some of them the right. I'm just gonna want to run for this for the students. And if I make it, I make it. If I don't, I don't. I will bring the passion, the dedication, the intersectionality, the representation of every student, and especially marginalized students in different communities, including the communities I represent, LGBTQ, transgender, disability, and the students I don't come from, including Black, Indigenous, BIPOC, people who are new immigrants from countries not well represented at this level. I bring this to bring passion to it, to bring order to it, and to actually bring down the established toxicity that has been on this board for so long. An incumbent, before I forget, I will not name names, but incumbent returning to this board cannot fix the toxicity because they have been a part of it and bred in it. And I will say that once. So yes, I accept the nomination for chair and I look forward to competition. Game on.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other nominations?
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Okay. So despite my racing heart, I would like to nominate myself. My name is Archinda Kaur. I am the Vice President of Board of Manhattan Community College, and my major is science. I came to this country last year during pandemic, and when I came to this country, I was lost. But now, after a year, I feel like I want to do something for myself and all the international students and others, because I feel like I am passionate and worthy of helping others. So what I'm going to do is, if I become the chair, and I know I am capable of this and I will. So I see the first thing in many community colleges, there are not many places for students to worship, even if there are in other colleges, but in my college, there is not any. Even if there is, it's not present right now. So I would want to work on this. And my major goal is to work on equality, and I would rather work on equity, because everyone here, if we go for equality, then we can't do this because everyone don't have that much opportunities. So rather I would like to work on equity. So despite this messy 2 minutes speech, I just want to say that I want to do this, and yes, I want to nominate myself.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there, I think I see another hand. Is there another hand there?
No, Madam Chair, there is no other hand up.
Okay, okay, great. So we have 4 candidates for chairperson at this time. Do we have any other nominations? Going once? Going twice? Going 3 times? And we're closing the nomination process for the chair position. So just for clarity, Joseph, do we at this time open up the question for this position?
No, we'll move on. We'll do all 10. We'll do all 10.
Do all 10. Okay, great. Yes. Okay, so now I'd like to open up nomination for the vice chair for legislative affairs position. Do we have any nominations for this position?
I'm kind of mixed up with the bylaws. Can you nominate an alternate for the vice chair?
I'm sorry, can you nominate an alternate for the vice chair?
Yes.
So is that your question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna nominate.
No, Marlon, just 1 second. Raise your hand because Nadine hand went up. Yeah, no problem.
Oh,
Nadine
sorry
hand went up first.
about that. Sorry, my apologies.
It's all right.
Can I
Nadine?
still go through or do I continue?
Yeah, not yet. I'll get to you, Marlon. 1 second after Nadine, please.
Thank you for that. I would like to nominate Corey Provost for Vice Chair of Legislative Affairs. Corey is a 3L at CUNY School of Law, where he serves as SGA co-president and director for alumni relations for our local chapter, and as well as for the Northeast region of the Black Law Students Association. I believe that Corey will serve USS and the students in CUNY well, based on his experience primarily as a former chairperson of USS. Yes, you heard that right. And Corey has a long history and strong track record for fighting for students and successfully lobbying elected officials. I strongly support him as a candidate for Vice Chair of Legislative Affairs.
Okay, thank you. And is the individual present?
I am present.
Do you accept the nomination?
I do accept the nomination.
Okay. Would you like to tell us about, go ahead.
Sure. So good afternoon, everyone. Definitely a pleasure to be here before you all. I am honored to be nominated for Vice Chair of Legislative Affairs in this capacity. As was previously mentioned, I am a former chairperson of USS, and that is the direct experience that I could draw on to, I think, elevate this body to higher heights going forward. During my tenure from 2009 to 2011, I was fortunate to be serving as chair at that time. It was a tumultuous time, but a time that we navigated nonetheless, following many of you probably remember, the housing crisis. CUNY was awash with students and an enrollment higher than we had almost ever seen before. So student engagement, student activism was at all-time highs. One of my proudest moments was overhauling the CUNY core curriculum. As anyone that was taking or was a CUNY student back about 10 years ago or so, if you took one class at Lehman College and you wanted to transfer to Brooklyn College or trying to transfer simply, it was really the college's discretion whether or not your credits would be accepted. So we were able to develop and institute what is now known as the CUNY core curriculum that offers seamless transfers between college campuses, seamless transfers across the 25 college campuses now. So again, it'll be just coming from that great work that we've done back there, seeing the great work that USS has done over the years, and looking at ways where we can definitely better professionalize the body, the organization, student leaders across the university, and charting a new territory for us, a new future for us. So again, I am humbled and I do accept the nomination for Vice Chair for Legislative Affairs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other nominations?
Yes. Yes, Kevin Wilson. I want to nominate Kevin Wilson.
Okay.
I have a quick question, Madam Chair, Giovanni. Marlon is part of no, he's not, sorry. Marlon Bailey is part of USERC.
So I cannot do nominations?
Can he?
There's not a rule against that.
Okay.
Okay, so I've known Kevin for a while. He's a decent human being. He's always fighting for workers' rights. And I think as a fellow SLU student union member, I have confidence in him that he can do the job without prejudice, and always fighting for human and workers' rights. He will be a good fit for this position.
Okay. And is this individual present?
Yes, he is, Kevin.
Yes, good afternoon all. How are you folks doing? And Mr. Bailey, thank you for that wonderful, unexpected, nomination. And because it's unexpected, and even though I think I'm capable of, providing, the work that Mr. Bailey is saying I can do at this moment in time. However, I'm going to step aside and allow Mr. Provost to go ahead and run for this position, and I will support you in any way I can and anyone on this team. And so, Marlon, thank you again, and to the team, best wishes moving forward, and I'll be here to support.
No problem, Kevin.
Okay, so for clarity, you do not accept the nomination, correct?
That's correct at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other nominations?
Can I nominate Nadeem Moshe?
Abigail, Abigail, please hold off 1 second. We have Ahmed hand is up. So 1 second, Abigail. Ahmed. Junaid Ahmed.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Matthew Afrin.
Ahmed, we can hear you. Ahmed, we cannot hear you.
He's struggling with echoing.
Okay,
I believe he
we'll
has
come
the
back to
Facebook open.
He
and
typed
that's
it
why.
in.
Abigail.
I would like to nominate Nadeem Motion. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Nardine?
Thank you. It's Nardine Mohsen. And sorry about the fire trucks in the background, but I would like to decline the nomination for Vice Chair of Legislative Affairs. I give my full support to Corey Provost, who is running and who I've nominated. But thank you for the consideration. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Ahmed, are you, Ahmed?
I'd like to nominate Matthew Afrin.
I'm sorry, could you please repeat that?
Matthew Afrin.
I think
Okay. Ahmed would like to nominate Matthew, last name Ahreens.
Okay, and is this individual present?
Yes, I am. I would like to decline this nomination because I fully support Corey Provost in his run.
Okay, thank you. Any other nominations?
Madam Chair, no, I don't see any other hand up.
Okay, so currently we only have, please correct me if I'm wrong, we only have one individual as a nominee for the position of Vice Chair of Legislative Affairs. Is that
Yes.
accurate? Okay.
Correct,
So-
yes.
Okay, so going once, going twice, going 3 times. I am now closing the nomination process for the Vice Chair for Legislative Affairs position and opening the nomination process for the Vice Chair of Fiscal Affairs. Do we have any nominations for any individuals for Vice Chair of Fiscal Affairs?
Vice Chair for Fiscal Affairs, I see the hand up. Nana, hand is up. Go ahead, Nana.
Yes, so I would like to nominate Shayla of Queen's College. So she's someone who is very passionate about the women empowerment, and she's someone who is organized in this position. In general, has to do with someone who is organized because this is about money. This has to do with the money matters of CUNY. So I would like to nominate her. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And is this individual present?
Yeah. Did you mean to say Muslima?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
I'm sorry, did he mean to say Muslima?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I appreciate the nomination. I'm honored and humble for the nomination, but I will decline.
No, let me see. Maybe I didn't know how to pronounce the name. Can I put that in the chat?
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
Salim?
I think it is.
Go ahead. I think he's the one. Yes, he's the one that Nana. Yeah. Go ahead.
Do we
Sarah,
have?
do you accept? Yes, we have someone that, yes.
Okay. Okay, and so that individual president has accepted the nomination?
Correct.
Okay, and now if that individual can please introduce themselves.
Yes.
Can you please mute yourself if you're not speaking?
That's her.
If you are joining with two devices, then mute one.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, President Nana, and I accept your nomination. Sorry about the setting. Can you guys hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Onsila, and I go to York College, Queens. A little bit about my background is that I came from West Africa, Mali, in search of a better opportunity, and I found it here in America. The right of girls, the right to get educated and empower young girls, generation, and women to get their own education is my vision. I believe that education is a power to create a world and change in a better way. As an aspiring leader of the National Society of Leadership, who I have been connecting and networking with students, I believe in unity and empowerment because we students has a voice that allows us to change the fate of our schools and enforce a community of leadership and unity. By choosing me, I will be the voice and power of CUNY students and attend to the needs to the best of my ability. Thank you for having me, and I'm sorry for the connection.
Thank you. Okay, any other nominations?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Matthew again.
Ahmed, who are you nominating?
Matthew. Matthew.
For what position again? For what position again?
Fiscal affairs. Fiscal
So-
affairs.
This is fiscal affairs that we have open right now. We're nominating candidates for fiscal affairs. Is that what you're?
Yes, ma'am.
nominating
Yes,
for?
ma'am. 100%. Yes, ma'am.
I will decline this position.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other nominations for vice chair for fiscal affairs?
Madam Chair, I don't see any hand up.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, so I believe we have two individuals nominated for this position, if I'm not mistaken.
We just have only one. We only have
Just the one, okay.
Yes, just one.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay, we're closing nominations for vice chair for fiscal affairs and opening nominations for vice chair for graduate affairs. Do we have any nominations for any individuals for this position of vice chair for graduate affairs?
Yes, I have 2 hands up. First is Musalima.
Okay. Who do you nominate?
You are muted. Missionary, you have to unmute yourself.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I would like to nominate Nordine for graduate affairs. This speech was written from Enrique, but he's not able to speak because it was a confusion of him being an alternate delegate. But I so hardly agree with Enrique's words. Nordine is a 3L at CUNY School of Law, where she serves as SGA Vice President and President of the CUNY Law Chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine. Before attending CUNY Law, Nordine graduated from CUNY BA, where she attended CSI, Hunter, and John Jay. All right, now that I'm done reading her resume, let me be personal. Nordine perhaps is one of the smartest, kindest, and most courageous people I have ever met. Despite her academic record, I think the most impressive thing about her is her ability to speak up when the situation requires it. Not asking a fear, but concurring at every step of the way. Nordine experience with the commitment to CUNY, as well as her efforts on and off the campus, demonstrates the kind of leadership we need in USS. From fighting for marginalized groups to building broad coalitions and students' organizations. Her impactful history at CUNY ensures she will beneficially serve USS and CUNY students as well. We will be really lucky for her to be our USS leadership. I am confident that she will excel in her position. So I ask you all, my fellow students, to support her candidacy and the love in the world, comrades. You got this, Nadine.
Okay, thank you. And is this individual present?
Yes, I'm here.
And do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I accept the nomination. Thank you so much for the nomination, Muslima and Enrique. Muslima, you have a beautiful name, and I'm so honored to be nominated by another Muslim woman. As you said, my name is Nardine, and I'm running for the Vice Chair of Graduate Affairs. I'm a 3L at CUNY Law and a lifelong New Yorker, moving to New York City when I was just a year old after being born to Palestinian refugees in Jordan. I believe that I'll be an asset to this position, as well as USS and CUNY as a whole. Because as a lifelong CUNY student, since being a freshman at CSI in 2012, graduating CUNY BA in 2016, and now graduating CUNY Law in 2022, hopefully, I've always been inspired by and grateful to work with so many amazing students. And I'm honored to go to the largest Black and Brown working class public university system in the country. And I want to continue to give back to what shaped who I am. I spent last year getting to know many of you and others who are on USS. And I'm honored to be working amongst many familiar and new faces this year. I look forward to continuing to speak to delegates, alternates, and student leaders over the coming weeks so that I can develop a robust agenda with you all. And although it's bittersweet that this is my last academic year at CUNY, I'm also excited to spend it doing all I can to serve the students of CUNY using everything I've learned. I've had many good experiences, but also many challenging experiences here. And while we praise the good, we must also challenge the systemic issues at our university. At CUNY Law, they introduced us to a concept called CUNity, which talks about being united as CUNY students, and instead of competing with one another in the traditionally competitive academic space that law school is, we're encouraged to support and uplift each other. CUNity fell out of reach because there were so many issues that oppressed students had to deal with, like unfair fellowship demographics, anti-Blackness from our administration, and throwing Palestinian students under the bus. However, as students from oppressed backgrounds and all those who are fighting against oppression, we've been truly demonstrating what CUNity should be by organizing for our campus to acknowledge and work to repair the systemic issues they've been complicit in, to achieve changes and continue to organize for more. Last year, some of these issues spilled over in USS, which many of you remember. There was Islamophobic, anti-Black, and overall offensive rhetoric being spewed amongst us. And this is not something that students or anyone should ever have to deal with. We're all busy with school, work, organizing, and the unpaid labor we give in this space. And speaking of unpaid labor, that's also a reason that many, including undocumented students, are kept out of these spaces because they can't even get stipends for delegates. And these are things that we should be fighting for so we can truly make USS a place to fight for all students. The least thing we can do is make it a safe and accessible environment for us to do the work that's needed for the several 100,000 CUNY students and communities that they come from citywide. I want to ensure this semester that we don't tolerate any of these things from the inception so that we can focus on passing the resolutions that need to be passed, being informed and engaged, and representing our respective campuses. Historically, youth and students fighting for social change have pushed academic institutions and even entire societies forward, and we must honor CUNY in that tradition. I want to mobilize my position as a graduate student to connect with other grads and being part of this meaningful growth, because it's our responsibility to especially support the youth, the incoming students, and push towards the unity of our campus. As the Vice Chair of Graduate Affairs, I intend to work on all of these issues and building a stronger and better CUNY with you all.
Thank you. Do we have any other nominations?
Yes, this is Daniel Sayani. I want to nominate Jamie Lerner Brecker for this position.
Okay. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your candidate?
Sure, absolutely. I've gotten to know Jamie in the last several weeks working together in the Student Association and the SPS. She is a tireless advocate for all students, regardless of their background or religion, or race or creed. She is wholeheartedly committed to making CUNY an inclusive environment for people of all levels of ability. She is a tireless advocate for the rights of students with disabilities in particular. She is absolutely articulate, hardworking, and would be an incredible asset to this organization. And I can't think of anybody more suited to really advocate for the needs of graduate students in this position. And therefore, I nominate Jamie for this position. Thank you.
Thank you. And is this individual present?
I am. I am very grateful for the nomination, and that was very kind, but I'm going to decline.
Okay, thank you. Any other nominations?
Madam Chair, I don't see any hand up. Any other hand up?
God damn it.
I don't see any other hands. Any?
No,
Anybody?
no other hands. No other hands is up from my end.
Okay, no other hands. Okay. All right, so then I believe we only have one candidate in this for this position.
Yes.
Okay, and going once, going twice.
I'd like to make another proposal, another nomination. I'd like to nominate Jacqueline Tomlin for this position. Another student that I've gotten to know very, very well at CUNY SPS. Very, very tireless advocate for justice, and really making the university a very inclusive place for all students. She's very active in the BSU, the Black Student Union, and CUNY SPS. She serves on the Committee for Institutional Equity and Diversity at CUNY SPS. I'm very honored to serve with her in that capacity, in that position as well. She would truly be a very inclusive voice to have on the committee, and would be a tireless advocate for all students as well. I therefore give Jacqueline my wholehearted nomination.
Okay, and it's this individual present.
I am here.
And do you accept this nomination?
I accept this nomination. I am very green to this, which makes me an asset because I'm not tainted by what happened before or what other things has happened. I am an advocate, but first I'm a Black woman. I identify as a person with a disability. My ultimate goal is to bring healing to the world through my story, and I believe in amplifying the stories of others. That's how we are able to create spaces for others. And the more spaces we create, the more stories, and people are more willing to participate in things like this. And I also believe in understanding our privilege and also bringing others up as we understand where we stand. I believe this is a privilege just being here, and it is an honor to be nominated, and it would be my honor to bring others up as well. So thank you for the nomination, and thank you all for creating this space and just being here. Have a wonderful rest of the election.
Thank you so much. Okay, any other candidates?
Not from my end.
Okay, so we have two candidates for the position of Vice Chair for Graduate Affairs. Going once, going twice, going three times. Okay, I'm now closing the nomination process for the Vice Chair for Graduate Affairs and opening that for the Vice Chair for Senior College Affairs. Do we have any nominations for any individuals for this position, the position of Vice Chair for Senior College Affairs?
I see Jonathan hand is up.
Yes, I would like to nominate Svia Waronker for the position of Vice Chair for Senior Colleges, and it is my great pleasure to do so. Svia has performed exemplary service for the CUNY student body, showing an unwavering dedication to ensuring that the interests of students are always represented. As the Secretary for the Academic Affairs Committee and a member of the Mental Health Affairs Committee, Svia has always ensured that our committee was on top of everything we intended to accomplish and was an integral part of developing agenda items to pass on to this year's plenary and committees to continue to push what for students to deserve. These are only some of the examples of the vast experience Svia has within USS. With all of this said, I nominate Svia Waronker for the position of Vice Chair for Senior Colleges.
Hi,
Okay.
no,
Sorry, so is this individual present?
I am present.
And do you accept this nomination?
I do accept.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, thank you, Yoni, for introducing me. Dear outgoing and incoming USS delegates, I'm honored to be here today with so many people who have advocated so much for CUNY, and I'm excited to work with the rest of you who'll be starting or continuing on that journey. The reason I'm here today running for vice chair of senior colleges goes way back to the way I was raised. Growing up, whenever I complained to my mom, she would tell me, you can't just complain unless you're willing to offer up a solution as well. As a kid, that was really annoying, especially because all I wanted to do was just vent a little. But the lesson trained me to see solutions when I encountered problems in my daily life. I've been told impossible various times throughout my life and have been even yelled at for asking for accommodations for myself and for others in and out of college. My response to those situations was not to give up. Status quo is not something we should be satisfied with. We should always be striving to better ourselves and the communities around us. When people say impossible, it's just because they haven't found the solution yet. And as students leaders, it is our job to take complaints and problems and transform them into practical solutions, and that is what I'm here to do. Since my freshman year of college, I've been interested in student government and have been involved in various capacities in my local campus and in USS committees. Currently on my local campus, I'm a class representative, a part of the Honors Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Committee, the Committee on Campus Safety, the Committee on Charter Interpretation and Application, the Legislative Affairs Committee, and I'm the only student in the Middle State section of the Student Experience for John Jay's accreditation. For USS, I'm a part of the Mental Health Committee and the Academic Affairs Committee. The more I get involved in student advocacy, the more I realize how much power we have as student leaders. We can change the curriculum, ask for basic things like having sanitary napkins in the restrooms, extending library hours so students can have a place to study during midterms and finals, and freeing student debt. As a student advocate, I want to work on transparency within the college individually and as a whole. We have a lot of resources that many people are missing out on because they're unaware of it or unsure how to access them. I also want to work on making CUNY a space as a place of growth for all. And in order for that to happen, people need to have their needs met academically, emotionally, physically, culturally, and religiously. I don't believe in anything being impossible. It's all about how much time and energy you're willing to spend. With a unified team, we hold the power of a year filled with positive growth for both students and admin. And I'm looking forward to working with everyone this year, and I'm excited to see all the amazing things that we will accomplish as a team. Thank you all for taking the time to listen.
Thank you. Do we have any other nominations?
Yeah, Ahmed, hand is up. Ahmed.
Yes, I'd like to nominate Matthew again.
Matthew.
Okay.
I will decline this offer as of right now.
Okay. Any other nominations?
No hand is up.
Okay. No hand is up. So I believe at this junction we have just one nomination, one nominee for this particular position. For the vice chair for senior college affairs. Going once, going twice, going three times. I'm closing the nomination process for this position and opening the nomination process for the vice chair for community college affairs. Do we have any
Press, give me 1
nominations?
second. I just like to address something.
I'm sorry, say again.
Just give me 1 second. I'd just like to address a point of order. Mr. Grama, can you please from refraining with the passive comments in the chat, please? Thank you. Lucrece, you can proceed.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You can
Okay,
go.
hold on one moment, please. Apologies. Okay. So we are now looking for nominees for the position of vice chair for community college affairs.
I would like to nominate President Nana because he's an accomplished leader of BMCC and he will be the pinnacle of diversity and inclusion through his ability to connect with people. And he will also advocate for community students' needs and all CUNY students as an United Student Senate. Thank you. These also are criminal.
Okay, is that individual present?
Yes, I nomination accepted.
You
So,
accept?
yes,
I'm sorry.
accepted.
Okay, great. Would you like to tell us about yourself?
Yes. So to begin, I would like to thank Sarah of Queens, who nominated me for seeing this leadership ability in me and for trusting me, and that is why you have nominated me. As you all know, and if you do not know, they call me Nana, but I prefer to be called President Nana. I am the BMCCSG president, and I have some leadership experience, as you all know. And some of you might be surprised here, but don't be surprised. You may ask yourself, why do I want to run for this position? Yeah, this is simply because I want to advocate. I want to represent and advocate on behalf of the community colleges. I want their voices to be heard, not only to be heard, but to take the necessary actions to solve their problems. Also, because this is something that I would love to do, so I spend years, I spend months, and I spend days researching. With the help from my mentors, I was able to find out about this, the Build Back Better Art, and this includes 111 billion. Maybe you do not know. Yeah, and that is why I'm telling you. And this is to reinforce higher education. What can we do with that money? Make community college tuition free. Who wouldn't like to attend CUNY community college as free? Second, then state funding. State funding cut to senior and community colleges. This is not only about community colleges, but also about CUNY colleges. Next, to establish tuition subsidies and provide direct funding for minority serving institutions. And this is CUNY. Then we have increased maximum pay grant. Yeah, so this is our financial aid. We need the money. Yes, to help pay. And lastly, provide 9 billion for retention and completion grant for programs modeled after CUNY ESAP and ACE program. I am in the ESAP program and they give the free Metro card. Without those money, there is no way they can keep that program running. And not much. This is why I am here. So if you need the second Moses to take you to the promised land, then it doesn't have to be me, but I am the man. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any other nominations?
Yes, Elizabeth Asimota, hand is up.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Asemota, and I would like to nominate Jasmine Ramirez for the position of Vice Chair for Community College Affairs. So Jasmine is the current SGA president at Bronx Community College. She was the previous legal legislator, which is a position that I currently occupy. As her successor, I can say that Jasmine is very reliable and knowledgeable about any position that she chooses to hold. Part of Jasmine's goal as Vice Chair for Community College Affairs is to use her position to amplify the issues that has been left unaddressed for a long time. As a community college student herself, she noticed that some community colleges are understaffed and there are not enough classes to accommodate certain students. These issues cannot be left unresolved unless there's a dedicated student leader compelling CUNY leaders to do the appropriate thing. And I think Jasmine Ramirez is the right person for that position. So I would like to nominate her for the Vice Chair for Community College Affairs.
Okay, great, thank you. Is this individual present?
Yes, I am.
And do you accept this nomination?
Yes, I do.
Okay, great. Can you tell us about yourself, please?
Sure. Of course. My name is Jasmine Ramirez. I'm the SGA president of Bronx Community College. So first, I would like to say thank you. I accept the nomination. This is very meaningful for me because my family came from a developing country where education was scarce. And me being born into this country meant that I was given the golden ticket to be able to get a proper education. And just like many first generation Americans, we plan on reaching our aspirations and dreams, and we will utilize CUNY to accomplish our goals in order for us to do so. I've been in and out of CUNY for a few years, so I've got the opportunity to see the development. So I can see that they've provided better services for disability, supportive programs such as ASAP and College Discovery. They have better mental health services, and they are overcoming a lot of adversities such as underfunding and understaffing, but they still have a very long way to go. I have been in multiple positions on campus, and I'm very, very active on my own campus, and I want to utilize my experience and my expertise and spread it across to every campus, because I realize that there is a disconnect when it comes to communication. There's a disconnect where everyone is dealing with some issues, but there's no real resolution. One campus will deal with one issue, another campus will have already resolved that issues, but because there's no communication between the two, one campus cannot help the other one, which is extremely unfortunate. I also know that there are several issues that my personal students are dealing with. And as I stated, I will be working on these issues on my own, but I want this to expand to every college, such as more awareness of the USS and the SGA. A lot of students do not know that we exist, and that is one of the main reasons as to why they fail, because they don't know the resources that are available to them. And we have to advocate for their rights, but if they don't tell us, we won't be able to properly advocate and fight for them. A lot of these students, there are some colleges that I've heard from that they don't even realize that they have academic advisors on campus. They legitimately believe that there's no academic advisors on campus at all, which we all know that isn't true. This means that there's a huge disconnect between the administrators and the students, and we as the SGA leaders have to be able to bridge that for them. And we need to be very active on how we deal with our students who are suffering from mental illnesses, because dealing with COVID, a lot of our students have dealt with losing a loved one, and they are suffering from PTSD themselves from having COVID, amongst other stressors. And disabled students have also fallen under the radar, which I noticed happened a lot on other campuses. But on BCC, we were able to mediate that situation fast. So as Vice Chair of Community College, I want to let you utilize me as a tool to make USS stronger when it comes to how they deal with the community colleges issues. And as leaders, we need to remember that we have to properly advocate for a change for our students, because we represent them. And in unity, we have strength and we have power. We just have to figure out a way to leverage it to our advantage and make sure that our students are benefiting from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other nominations for this position?
Before we go forward, Lucas, I just want to, because it seems like, I don't know why we have to go through this, but I'm going to make sure I go through this. There's no reason why we are college students in an organization where we're trying to create change and get progress done, that we are going tit for tat in the chat. I addressed this before. We're not 5, so I don't want to mute a chat because some people don't know how to communicate. But we want to make sure we are civil. Mr. Grama, you were a vice chair before, you were here before. Please be an example. Other students, please be example as well. We are all student leaders. Remember in the retreat when I said how we conduct ourselves in our character is an important thing? Let's make sure we are amicable with each other. We understand its nominations, we understand its elections, but we can still be respectful. So let us please go on with civility in the chat and we can proceed. I don't wanna have to stop this every time and give a quick interjection because I'm trying to manage a chat or do damage control. Thank you. Lucrece, I hope this is the last time I have to stop you.
Okay, thank you for that, I appreciate it. All right, any other nominations for this position?
Yes, I have the hand of Ahmed. Ahmed hand is up
I'd like
again.
to nominate Matthew again.
I'd like to nominate Matthew again. Okay, Matthew.
At this time, I will respectfully decline the offer made by Mr. Ahmed.
Okay, any other nominations?
Yes, I have Edward. Hand is up, Edward.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, I wanted to very quickly, just to follow on from what you said, bring a point of order to the floor about the chat. may I suggest that if members have unpleasant comments that they want to make, that they don't want to put on the record of the minutes, Twitter is the traditional forum for those comments, perhaps not the chat. This has been a consistent thing that I've seen in any USS meeting that I've been to, and in one particular one last year on Facebook, things got actually quite disgusting in the gallery and in the comments section. And I will make it a point for the rest of my tenure to bring points of order every single time I see any kind of threatening, unpleasant, or utterly inappropriate comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for any other nominations?
Madam Chair, no, I don't see any other hand up.
Okay, so how many nominees do we have therefore in this position?
Robin, how many nominations?
I think we have 2. Is that accurate?
2 nominees. 2. Lucretia, 2.
I'm sorry?
2.
Okay, great. Okay. Then at this point, we have only 2. We have 2 nominations or nominees, and I am about to close the nomination process for this position. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay, so the nomination process for this position is now closed. I'm opening the nomination process for the next position, which is Vice Chair for Evening and Part-Time Affairs. Do we have any nominations for any individuals for the position of Vice Chair for Evening and Part-Time Affairs?
Yeah, we have Diane M. Lake.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. I nominate Musima Abdul. She is a part of Queensborough Community College. I have had the opportunity to learn that she is passionate and ready to give her students, our CUNY students, a great opportunity and the benefits that CUNY can offer to our students. So I nominate her.
Okay, is this individual present?
Yes, I am.
And do you accept the nomination?
I do. Thank you so much, Diane, for nominating me. I really appreciate it. The position of Even and Part-Time Affairs signifies the importance of ensuring that every student voice is heard and listened to. To therefore provide the assurance that all CUNY students are able to remain united. I personally know individuals at CUNY that have been negatively affected because they were part-time and even students. One of these students that were affected happens to be my mother. At the age of 18, my mother had no choice to end her college career at Lincoln University due to insufficient financial support. By the age of 35, after caring for her 3 children as a single mother for 15 years, she decided to go back to school in New York at New York City College of Technology as a part-time student. Her decision to be a part-time student was due to financial constraints once again. This caused her to spend 10 years in her undergrads instead of 4. My mother's story is not unique, and I know that. I know a lot of part-time and even students share the same or can relate to my mother's story. As I watched my mother struggle as a child, it really encouraged me to stand up and speak up for free CUNY and as well as even part-time students. Even part-time students often are not able to participate in CUNY affairs, which would encourage their networking and could possibly land them a job. With the abilities to have free CUNY, my mother would have graduated in 4 years. Nonetheless, as a substantial amount of part-time as well as even students had no choice to spend additional years in their undergrad due to financial constraints, scarcity of classes, as well as poor support from CUNY. As a vice chair of even and part-time affairs, I vow not only to unveil the concerns and issues that even and part-time students face, but also vigorously work hard to fix them. My name is Muslima Abdul-Mutakim. I am a student of the State University of New York, as well as a sister and daughter of CUNY students. My brother actually just graduated from City College as a full-time student, and he had the full support at City College as a full-time student, and he was able to land a job as a in the Navy as an engineer. I know CUNY works. I know CUNY works for full-time students, but I needed to work as well for part-time and evening students. Nonetheless, if elected, nonetheless, if elected, I will work vigorously to ensure every student at CUNY is able to receive opportunities, experience, and support through CUNY, which will travel with them through their career journey. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Any other nominations?
Yes, I have Jamie. And it's up, Jamie.
Hi, I want to nominate Daniel Sayani. He is currently the co-president of the SPS Student Association. Daniel has been a wonderful advocate for all sorts of students and has proved his leadership so far as his tenure as co-president in the SPS Student Council. He's a tireless advocate for all sorts of students, and I think he would be wonderful in this position.
Thank you. Is the individual present?
I am present and I accept the nomination. Thank you.
Would you like to tell us about yourself?
Thank you. My name is Daniel Sayani. I use they, them, their pronouns. And CUNY is really the story that represents all of our lives in a very, very special and near and dear way. CUNY SPS in particular is one of those branches of CUNY that really exists for those of us who are seeking a second opportunity. Those of us who were not from places of privilege, who nonetheless are working tirelessly in our own lives in the community to raise our families and get an education and advance ourselves. My family were refugees, originally from Syria, and they came from Syria to Argentina after the violence in Argentina in 1994. They came here. I am the first in my family to go to college. My parents are poor, working class people. I'm the first in my family to ever go to college. And due to the need to take care of my parents for so many years who are not well, the chance was afforded to me to come back to CUNY SPS and to continue my education. And it's an opportunity that I think should really be available to all of us. And the opportunities that are available to all of the full-time students should be available to us in just the most equitable way possible. As Jamie so graciously said, I'm a tireless advocate for all people. As somebody with an intersectional identity myself, I identify as somebody on the gender nonconforming spectrum. I identify as a person with disabilities, neuroatypical. I also identify as a working class person. I really have the ability to represent everybody's needs in the best way possible. As somebody with Middle Eastern and Hispanic background, Latinx background, I have the ability to really represent the interests and needs of all of the multiple identities that constitute who we are as a body. Primarily, I serve the community in the clergy. I'm a chaplain. I also work in the funeral business, taking care of people of all faiths, of all backgrounds at the end of life. In the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, I was an EMT and really saw the most horrible things that could happen when people don't have a stake at the table, when people don't have a place in the realm of resources that are available. My number one priority will be to ensure that all resources are equitably made available to all students, particularly students that are on a part-time basis, students that don't have the privilege and the opportunities that other has. We want to really make the circle wide, make the table a welcoming place for all students, and reduce those inequities on all fronts. Bringing in a new regime really based on justice. Social justice has been the premier of what I've been doing. I'm involved in institutional equity and diversity at SPS. I'm a very, very firm and tireless advocate for students of all identities, and that's what my solemn promise to you will be. We'll fight for all students. We'll make this institution equitable, accountable, and representative of all of us. Thank you.
Hey, Chris, are you there?
Yes. Hello. I'd like I'd like to
Hi, can you hear me?
nominate
Can you hear me?
Matthew again. I'd like to
Hi, can you hear
nominate
me? Can you hear me?
Matthew again.
Yes, we can hear you, Lucrez. Yes, so now we have Ahmed. Ahmed is going to nominate someone again. Who is it, Ahmed?
Okay.
Ahmed? We'll go to James. James?
Yes, this is not a nomination. This is a point of order, and I'm not exactly sure how the group is handling this. The person that is speaking and claiming to be Junaid Ahmed is not Junaid Ahmed. I'm from LaGuardia Community College on the student government. Junaid Ahmed is the president at LaGuardia Community College. I've just spoken directly with him, and he has told me that he is not on this meeting and has not been on this meeting at any point.
People should be showing their video. And I think that in all matters pertaining to elections and money, you need to show your face. And if that is not a current rule, then it better be. And whatever this may be, there are worse consequences than my son making a mess, okay? So let's try to get this done quickly.
Thanks, James. Thanks, Louis.
Thanks for letting us know that.
You're welcome.
So, Madam Chair, Lucrez, there's no other hand up at this time.
Okay, there's no other.
Wait,
Okay.
here is Jonathan Hannon.
Yeah, I'd like to ask a point of information about that previous point of order. What does that imply about the USERC guidelines about the individual claiming to be Junaid Ahmed, as well as the fact that they've been nominating Matthew Aarons for every position when they are not in fact Junaid Ahmed? How can we determine who this individual is? Because this is clearly a violation of the USS Constitution and bylaws, as well as USERC guidelines.
So first, I would say clearly someone got the link. Second of all, some people cannot put their camera on, but we tell you to put your name of your school. He's out now. So that's why we didn't know. I don't know who Janae and Med's voice. I cannot tell you if someone doesn't have their camera on and say you're not that person because you don't have your camera on. I encourage folks to put their camera on, but that's why we look through the list. And for example, Bashir had somebody else that said it was Bashir, but we removed them because they weren't there. Mr. Grama, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I believe that this can be avoided if we just enable the settings on the Zoom for user authentication, that anybody who joins needs to join with a CUNY domain email. That means even if this is a CUNY student, we will be able to pinpoint who they are permanently and move on with action, forwarding it to the dean later on. So user authentication needs to be enabled in order for this to happen, and it hasn't been enabled, which is why he has joined the third time already, and he'll probably join a fifth time. He has joined under Tzvia's name, under Bashir's name, if I'm not mistaken. It's the same guy. And the reason that I know that, as I said before, he has the Facebook on live while he was talking, but never mind.
So I would suggest the following: since the meeting is already in progress, we'll take note of this and look into it for the next Zoom that we do, make sure that it's well protected. Thank you all for your time.
So what does this imply about the individuals that actually committed these infractions?
We'll get to it later.
We'll get
Not
to it
now.
later. We can't discuss. We can't have anything to do with that now because now we can stop the meeting to go and figure out who that is. So, Madam Chair, Lucrez, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so we have 2 candidates for that last position. Is that accurate?
So
Robin,
I have a point of order. Someone said, so all the positions that Janai Ahmed nominated someone for, none of them, nobody accepted them. So
Correct.
that doesn't invalidate nobody, because nobody
Correct.
accepted his nomination. Okay. Lucrez, you can move forward.
Okay.
Yeah,
And so,
Yes,
I'm sorry.
there's 2 nominees.
The 2, okay, great. And so with that, I'm closing up nominations for this position. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Nominations for this position are now closed, and I'm opening up nominations for the position of Vice Chair for Disability Affairs. Do we have any nominations?
Yes, I'd like to nominate Jamie Lerner Brocher for this position.
Okay.
All right, Jamie is a tireless activist and advocate for the inclusion of students and people of all abilities. She's an outspoken and tireless leader within CUNY SPS for students with disabilities. She's a subject matter expert in every sense of the term. A very, very devoted leader on the Student Association. She's consistently stepped up and taken initiative on various points of leadership whenever needed. And really, I can't think of anybody better for the position than Jamie, due to her vast expertise in this area, as well as her tireless devotion to this area. Thank you.
Okay, and is this individual present?
I am.
Okay, and do you accept the nomination?
I do. My name is Jamie Lerner Brecker. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I'm currently a master's student at SPS in their disability studies program. I became disabled at 19 years old while I was in college. My college actually asked me to leave due to my disability because I wanted to be part-time, and they told me that would not be possible and told me that maybe college wasn't for me instead. So I really understand what it's like to have your identity flipped overnight and to be completely and utterly discriminated against due to disability. I was the disability I ended up graduating from Columbia University, and I was the disability rep there. As the disability representative, I changed a lot of policies, including I got testing centers at Columbia for disabled students, so that way they could be tested separately and didn't have to be in the classroom when they had extra time, because that was really outing them as disabled because they were going before and after classes. I also changed the intake process so it could be done online, so that way students didn't have to trek across campus multiple times. I'm currently the co-chair of the Disability and Access Coalition at SPS, which is a thing that was started by Leonard Blades, who I believe was on steering for a few years, and I've been in close contact with him as well. I'm currently also on CCSD, which is the wider representation body at CUNY for disabled students. I'm also currently working on my capstone project, which is creating a disability training for faculty, because I believe that, and this is backed by research and is entirely a qualitative and quantitative research-based study. I've already accrued some funding for that from SPS. And I and other students have seen that a lot of discrimination comes from professors, even well-meaning professors, because they don't understand the needs and wants of disabled students. I also think disabled students have been completely disregarded throughout this pandemic and thrown to the side, and have been told that our lives do not matter throughout the pandemic, which unfortunately is a common theme among a lot of minority groups that have happened throughout the pandemic. And I also think that disabled students are in an especially unique situation as classes return to in-person, because if other people are not vaccinated, especially students that are immunocompromised, are put in a position of needing to choose between their education and their health, because it could literally be life or death in a situation for a lot of students. And I feel like these are things that are not being talked about nearly enough. And so it is my hope that I will bring not only my own personal knowledge, but also my training and my background in this subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other candidates for this position?
Yes, I have Abigail hand is up.
Oh, thank you. I would like to nominate Matthew Aarons for Vice Chair of Disability Affairs. Basically, I'm the Executive Vice Chair for CCSD, and I wholeheartedly nominate Matthew. Since running for Vice President of Finance, since running for Vice President, he eventually became Vice President of Finance, but that's another story. At City Tech, I knew the first time I saw him, I didn't know what to expect, but I saw something in him of leadership quality. I saw his activism, his interest, not just being interested in his core disabilities affairs activism, but being interested in the intersectional activism of allyship with people of color, with Black lives, with LGBTQIA, and I can go on. And it has been amazing to see him as a leader, to see him grow. When he ran against Giovanni Piquant for the vice president position, I had a feeling he might not get it, but I knew inevitably he would be big on this team. He was phenomenal. So it is with great honor and great humility and great pride, I refer Matthew Arendt to be the next vice chair of Disability Affairs. Thank you.
Okay, and is this individual present?
I am here and I accept the nomination for Disability of Affairs.
Okay, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. So as Abigail said, I have heavy activism at my school of City Tech. I am one to advocate for students about what is right and for ones that don't have a voice. In my high school, I was the advocate for students with disabilities of where they were excluded from certain activities, and I worked with the school's administration to include more activities for the students so they won't feel left out. If I am elected the vice chair of disability, my main goal is to make all community colleges more accessible for everyone of any kind. If you're in person or if you're virtual, I will promise to work with the future vice chair of Tech Affairs to create more programs for students to be able to utilize, and then I would work to make sure that every school has a ramp for students in wheelchairs and enough elevators for them to be able to get from point A to point B. And I thank you for your time, and I yield my time.
Thank you so much. Any other candidates?
Yes, Jonathan, hand is up.
Yes, I would like to nominate Saif Alam for the position of Vice Chair for Disability Affairs. In my time at USS, I have served with many strong leaders. One of the strongest of these leaders was Saif Alam, who is one of the most dedicated advocates for people with disabilities I have ever had the honor of working with. In the past years, Saif, along with Christian Valdivinos and Sarah Ortiz, worked towards founding an ad hoc USS Committee for Mental Health Affairs, a committee which I have had the honor of co-chairing with Christian and Saif. Saif and I have discussed turning this committee into a standing committee on disability and mental health services so that CUNY's disabled student population will always have an official USS sanctioned method for advocacy. Regarding Saif's advocacy, Saif has worked closely with former USS Vice Chair of Disability Affairs, Leonard Blades, who is currently serving on the executive board of the CUNY Coalition for Students with Disabilities, CCSD. Saif was also the chair of the Academic Affairs Committee, on which it was my privilege to serve as his vice chair, where we wrote a revised flexible grading policy of pass no credit, which was passed by the plenary. Although the Board of Trustees did not accept this policy, it was a step towards holding administration accountable and showing them what our students need and deserve. To this effect, I would like to nominate Saif Alam for the position of Vice Chair for Disability Affairs.
Okay, thank you. Is this individual present?
Yes, I am.
And do you accept this nomination?
Yes, I do accept the nomination.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Okay, so hello, my name is Saif Alam. I'm running for the Vice Chair of Disability Affairs. I grew up with an invisible disability and understand the challenges that students with disabilities face across CUNY. We currently have 11,000 students with disabilities across CUNY. Although the enrollment with students with disabilities across CUNY has increased in 1993, disability services is still underfunded. Last year, when I served as an alternate delegate, 2 years ago when I served as an alternate delegate, I've been visiting a number of campuses and their disability directors, such as York College, Medgar Evers College, Queens College. The disability directors have expressed to me that students do not have the proper space to study for the exams, lack of proper accommodations from faculty members, lack of access for technology affairs. I work closely with the former vice chair, like Leonard Blades, the vice chair of disability affairs, and also Casey Gordon during the 2019-2020 administration, the Vice Chair of Technology Affairs to raise awareness, disability awareness, and better access to technology. I also lobbied in Albany to advocate for proper funding for disability services. Also, I've been attending events with CCSD, CUNY Coalition for Students with Disabilities, to listen to concerns with disabilities. I also worked with the former student government president and vice president during the 2019-2020 year to work on capital projects that benefited students with disabilities, such as purchasing hydroadjustable chairs and tables to provide better access for students with disabilities. I also worked on a resolution with the former Vice Chair Brooke Smith on the Disabled Not Denied Act, and I chaired the Mental Health Committee, putting the resolution of the appeal process to improve counseling services for CUNY students, including students with disabilities. Lastly, I worked with the Education Committee from the New York City Department of Education in my capacity in the Youth Committee from Community Board 12 to advocate for the improvement of college readiness for high school students with disabilities coming to CUNY, since they have a hard time transitioning to CUNY. And since many students come from public schools into CUNY. My priorities as Vice Chair of Disability Affairs is carry on the legacy that our two former Vice Chairs, Leonard Blaze and Brooke Smith, has accomplished, increase the transparency of CCSD to all CUNY campuses, bridge the gap between CCSD and local student governments, continue to lobby on behalf of CUNY students with disabilities and advocate for proper funding for them to succeed with their education, establish an open forum for space for students with disabilities to express concern, revise the CCSD charter, ensure the CCSD delegates to get elected by their local student body to represent their campus, improve accommodation needs for students with disabilities when they're making requests from faculty members, improve counseling services from the disability community. If elected, I promise to uphold the promises to fulfill the needs for CUNY students with disabilities. And thank you for this opportunity. That's it for my nomination acceptance speech.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other nominations?
Madam Chair, I don't see any other hand up.
Okay, so we have currently 3 nominees for this position, going once, going twice, going 3 times. I'm now closing the nomination process for the Vice Chair for Disability Affairs and opening that for the Vice Chair for International Student Affairs. Do we have any nominations for individuals for that position?
Yes, we have the Musalima hand is up.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. I would like to nominate Diane for the Vice Chair of International Affairs. If elected, Diane would be the first Haitian and Jamaican woman for the position. She is a passionate leader, allocates her time and energy to understand and respond to the needs of the students. Diane consciously keeps an open mind when presenting an issue and works hard to ensure that both sides are satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this individual present?
Yes, I am.
And do you accept the nomination?
I wholeheartedly accept the nomination.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, good evening, everyone. I am Diane M. Lake. I am the SGA president of Kingsborough Community College. Whoop, whoop, my represent. And I am advocating for the Vice Chair of International Student Affairs. Being a Haitian and Jamaican, I am very proud of where I come from. And I know that even though I was born here, going to Kingsborough Community College and being from Erasmus Community Hall High School, I know that there are a lot of international students, a lot of Caribbean students who do not have the opportunities that I have as knowing what to do in college, where to go, and if you have problems, who can you call if you need to advocate for yourself with a teacher or to fill out for financial aid or know the great opportunities that are going into CUNY as scholarships. I would love to advocate for my Caribbean students, my Black and Brown students, my Hispanics, my Jews, all who wasn't born here and who has the great opportunity of coming here, especially for my Haitian students. My Haitian students, I love you guys so much, especially what is going on at the border with my people. I am willing and ready as soon as possible to help each and every one of y'all, including at my campus. My chief of staff, Anthony Thomas, who is on this call, knows that we work hard at Kingsborough Community College for our international students. And moving forward, I will not stop or sleep until I give my international students the opportunity that I have as an American student and as a Caribbean student. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Do we have any other nominations for this position?
I don't see any other hand up.
Okay. Okay, so at this time, if we have no more nominations, then I will be closing the nomination process for the position of Vice Chair for International Student Affairs. I'm going once, going twice, going 3 times. I've closed the nomination process for Vice Chair for International Student Affairs, and I'm opening that for Vice Chair for Technology Fee Affairs. Do we have any nominations?
Yes, there's 2 hands up. One is Weng, W-E-N-G, last name from Staten Island.
Hi, my name is Jamie. I would like to nominate Marwan Mahmood for the Vice Chair for International Students Affairs. Oops, sorry, for the technology fee, my bad. So I know Marwan for many years now. He's ambitious and can handle many tasks and plan effectively. He serves as CSI student government as both the Vice President and the Finance Commission. In both roles, he has known civility and has an overall reasonable personality. Therefore, I would like to nominate Marwan Mahmood for the Vice President for Technology Affairs.
Okay, thank you. Is that individual present?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and do you accept this nomination?
Yes, I do. I really thank you, Jing, for the nomination.
Okay, can you tell us something about yourself?
So as Jing noted, I'm the Vice President of the College of Staten Island Student Government. I also work with the Finance Commission. And in my experience, especially with the pandemic, I've noticed that a lot of our structural flaws and institutional flaws have been illuminated upon. Staten Island is one of the more poorer boroughs, and many Staten Islanders note that they struggle to get broadband access, consistent internet access, and this affects them in a multitude of ways. For example, they can't even attend classes. They can't have meetings such as the one we have now. And I feel like it's their right as both like students and as an overall individual to have access to, things of great value. You shouldn't be prohibited from your education just because you don't have consistent internet access. You should be assisted. There was a flood, if you know, I believe a storm. I think it was pronounced Ida. I was affected by that personally. It took down my internet for 3 days and I had to wait for it to return. I couldn't do any of my assignments. I couldn't work overtime. I couldn't send any emails. And I realized that emphasized that the importance of technology as a safeguard and a pillar must be protected. And if this is affecting Staten Island, I'm sure this is affecting all the other CUNYs. I'm sure there's a student who's falling in and out of his classes because he cannot consistently get internet. I'm sure that some students can't send their information or study online, and thus maybe they're forced to go in person when they're not in the great vein to do so. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's just. And part of what I wanted to do is make sure that access, that ability to use it as a public utility is maintained across CUNY. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other nominations for this position?
Yes, Saeed, hand is up.
Yes, hi. I would like to nominate Jonathan Hanan from the CUNY Grant Center for Vice Chair of Technology Affairs.
Okay.
And so in the past 6 months, I worked closely with Jonathan Hanan, a computer science PhD student from CUNY Graduate Center. He demonstrated excellent leadership qualities. Last semester in spring 2021, when the US was fighting for continuation for the flexible grading policy of credit, no credit, Jonathan brought to our attention that we may have a fighting chance if we switch our proposal to pass and no credit. He pulled his full effort revising our resolution is to ensure it was honored by the USS Steering Committee and the USS Plenary. Speaking to the differences between the two policies, although the Board of Trustees did not end up approving this resolution, this is how the administration, what they need to do. Something that a leader must possess is that they must be candid, hardworking, and transparent, and Jonathan matches those qualities. Over the pandemic in general, many students did not receive representation with regards to their technology need to be complete their studies in a remote environment. Jonathan is a very vocal on behalf of this population of students who can successfully hold CUNY administration, elected officials accountable, and ensure that the voices of our CUNY students are heard. As a computer science PhD student, I believe he's one of the most qualified students to work with CUNY on its technology issues to benefit CUNY and USS and CUNY at large. Therefore, I nominate Jonathan Hanan for Vice Chair of Technology Affairs.
Okay, thank you. Is that individual present?
Yes, I am.
And do you accept this nomination?
Yes, I accept this nomination. Thank you very much, Saeed, for nominating.
And can you tell us about yourself, please?
Yes, no leader is able to function without a team. And the main thing a team must have is honesty, transparency, and integrity. In my 9 years at CUNY, previously as a bachelor's student at Brooklyn College, and currently a PhD student in computer science at the Graduate Center, at which I serve on the College Association, which is responsible for the fair allocation of student activity fees, and the Student Tech Fee Committee, which is responsible for determining projects with the tech fee can be used on, as well as serving on USS committees as Vice Chair of the Academic Affairs Committee and Co-Chair of the Mental Health Affairs Committee, along with serving as an adjunct lecturer of computer science at Brooklyn College and John Jay. I have seen many different sides of CUNY. Part of what I have seen is the vast issues with technology at many of our local campuses and how our tech fee never seems to go towards improving the infrastructure. As we have seen through the pandemic, CUNY was allocated CARES Act funding by the federal government. From that CARES Act funding, much of it was not used towards what it was intended to be allocated for. CUNY's MO has been profit-driven self-preservation. The desire to make a quick buck at the expense of students and student workers, such as college assistants and adjuncts. These same issues are seen with our allocations of our campus tech fees. In USS, we can advocate for these issues at a CUNY-wide level. We spend money on the technology fee, and yet our network infrastructure and our campus hardware never seem to improve. Brooklyn College is a large campus set up with a system of wireless repeaters leading to terrible wireless connections on campus. At John Jay, most of the computers are more than 10 years old and are barely able to function on modern software. Given all of these issues, where is all of this money going? Why are all of our campuses so deficient in technology? As a computer scientist, I plan to bring my expertise in technology to the table to be able to work with CUNY administration to improve technological infrastructure at each of our campuses. Additionally, we must make it possible for students across all CUNY campuses to unify and join organizations, not just at their local campuses, but USS sanctioned organizations which are CUNY-wide. We must allow our students to more actively host their events in a way that all CUNY students can be a part of them. And one major part of that is ensuring that our on-campus technology is sufficient for this. We are a unified university, and we must remember that CUNY is more than the sum of its parts. It is a thriving city university, and each local campus has something to contribute to the university as a whole. We as CUNY must move towards unity. One thing you may not know about me is that I'm a student with mobility and digestive disabilities and am on the autism spectrum. As a student with disabilities, I have seen the institutional gaps affecting students with disabilities at the doctoral level, where the cultural is such that students are instructed to follow a program's timeline exactly as prescribed. When I was presented with these challenges, I fought to persevere through them, and now I work with other disabled students to be able to assist them with accommodation issues. These are only some of the many systemic issues affecting our CUNY students and their ability to organize, and if I am elected as Vice Chair for Technology Affairs, it will be my solemn duty to represent the interests of current and future CUNY students.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have any other nominations for this position?
No hand is up, Madam Chair.
No more hands? Okay.
No.
So I believe that we have 2 candidates for this position. And I will be closing the nomination process for this position unless we have additional nominations. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Okay, we are closing the nomination process for the Vice Chair for Technology Fee Affairs. Now, we have a question and answer period that lasts about 1 minute, but prior to commencement of that period, I would like for if the members of USERC to be put in a breakout room for a brief conference.
Okay, I'm going to do that now.
Thank you so much.
I do have a question. Are we allowed to be campaigning on this platform through the Zoom chat?
You cannot use any USS listservs or things, so refrain from doing that.
Well, so for example, if individuals were sending private chats to
If
people,
you're sending private chats, we can't control that. If you're doing that in the general chat, then you
okay.
can.
Okay.
This isn't entirely out of order to do it that way. I know that I did bring that up, but if you imagine if we were in person, it's called cloistering, to step away with a colleague to discuss something or to try and hash something out in private conversation. So I don't think that's a problem. It doesn't necessarily need to be on the record.
Bashir?
Oh yeah, thank you. I don't think it would be professional, fair to be campaigning during the plenary meetings, because we are here to discuss, or the time is being put together to have conversation about different matters. So even if the time that you take to text somebody personally, that time you are not listening to the person who is speaking. And if you are not listening to the person who is speaking, you are following yourself or your own motivation or self-interest. So as much you want to be elected, you are also here to listen. And listening is one of the greatest skill any leader can have. I would not be happy if I receive a text message from anyone privately saying, vote for me, because that shows me that you are here seeking for my vote. You are not really listening.
Yeah, I'm just gonna add on to you since Madam Chair stepped out and I had my hand raised, but I
Give me 1
absolutely.
second, Abigail. Sorry, Robin, can you please add our 2 members of USERC to the breakout room?
The new 2 members, the
Yes.
student.
Thank you. Abigail, proceed.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, Bashir, because it is unprofessional. And I mean, any of us who's taken classes has taken at least one class, public speaking, where this was part of the basic lesson. And if you didn't know it, you got it there. It's called active listening. You have to be engaged with who's speaking as an audience. It's just a form of respect. We would be doing it if we were in person. We wouldn't like excuse ourselves out of a room instantly to go campaign individually. We'd be sitting here and paying attention unless there was something needed, like a walk out to the bathroom. So I absolutely agree with you, Bashir. It's a matter of professional courtesy.
Speaking as a political historian who studied numerous,
Edward, give me 1 second. Corey Provost has his hand up. He had his hand up before you started speaking. Corey?
Good afternoon again, everyone. I guess had a question about the steps following this meeting. I know you mentioned that there may be an email from USERC coming out. This may be a question for that body. Is if the names of the students that were nominated today will also be transmitted, I guess before the speeches and stuff have to be submitted.
Yes.
So, okay. Cool.
Everybody in the plenary will get the information, whether if you were running or not running, you're going to get the information of who was nominated, by who they were nominated, and who's running, everybody running for each position. So yes, you'll be able to get that.
Thank you.
Nana? Nana? Oh, he put it up by accident. Okay.
I think Edward wanted to go next.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Edward. Go ahead. Sorry. My apologies.
I just want to I'm just kind of surprised. I see this a lot when I've been in the USS. It's a funny way in which people sort of perhaps unknowingly start to make comments or pursue lines of reasoning that seem to suggest that they think that they can dictate when and how, outside of the strictures of Robert's rules on the floor, people can communicate with one another. There's absolutely nothing unprofessional about quietly exchanging words with a colleague on matters pertaining to what's going on in the floor. That's just it's just been being done since the very first democratic bodies organized themselves. Perhaps members, if they don't like it, they're perfectly willing to, they're perfectly able to tell other members that they don't want to talk to them during session. But it's probably a waste of time to try and publicly shame anybody who does. That seems to me to be both tedious and unnecessary. So thank you.
Nana?
Oh, yes. Yeah, so the question will be, I know active listening and listening, but with Zoom, right, we have access to the chat, and if you want to discuss something with anyone, I think you should be able to use the chat. So far as you are listening to whatever the person is saying and you are engaging, because if you bring this in, throughout the chat, we are seeing messages that is sending to everyone. What about those two? So I think if they are doing that, it is fine. So far as they are listening, yeah, this is some kind of politics. So
Diane?
All I have to say is we're not babies, we're an adult. This was brought to our attention multiple times. So, and we should know what we're doing. We're not here for ourselves. We're here for CUNY students. So if you don't like something, that's on your problem. You shouldn't be going back at it like this is 5th grade. It's not. Just stop. It's annoying now.
If you don't mind, Madam Chair, all I want to say was an address to Edward's comment. I'm definitely not shaming anyone. I'm just saying, like, if you're in any government body, there's a matter of attention and respect you give to that when it's in session. And I'm also not saying to like private messages necessarily. We will always whisper in each other's ears if we need to say anything. I'm saying to a person who basically PMs everyone, like they're walking around the room with leaflets, giving it out. That's a whole different level of unprofessionalism. That's what I meant.
Nana, do you have a question?
no, I think, yeah, so this is the rule of order. So if you want to speak, you raise your hand, then the chair will allow you. So I think, Abigail, you just unmute yourself and you started talking. This is not how we do it in parliamentary procedure. I'm also SG president. So next time, you please, if you have a question, just raise your hand, then the chair will allow you, then you get in. Thank you very much.
Okay. Where the let me drink.
I just want to say one thing.
Abigail, I'm chairing the meeting. Abigail, I am chairing the meeting.
Respectfully, okay.
But respectfully, I am chairing the meeting. We are not going back and forth with a tit for tat. The key thing here is you all need to learn that every single thing you need to respond to. Okay? So sometimes people will say things and you do not need to respond. We are all adults. We are all grown. We all know what we need to do. This is why people are smiling and smirking, because they all know. And we need to make sure that we are conducting ourselves in an applicable way and we are not creating some energy where people feel like this is too much for them. This is you all have a whole year to spend with each other. So let's start let's start easing it out because you all have a whole year to spend with each other. Marwan, I see you have your hand.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. The time for the like in the attached PDF use was 12 to 3. We're now reaching 3:40, and I planned for it to end at 3. I'm kind of really pushing my limit here on like time because I have other things to do. With respect.
No, I definitely understand, but usually our nominations, usually USS plays are normally really long, just because of, especially this one, because people get to be asked questions and nominations. So I really apologize for that. But I definitely understand. For example, I have to use the restroom, but I can't. So I definitely understand your concern as well. Arya?
Yeah, this is an unrelated question, which might be
Yes.
a bit refreshing. Basically, I was looking at the list of delegates and I saw that certain other colleges had both graduate and undergraduate delegates. Can Lehman College send a graduate delegate?
Do you all have a graduate student association?
We have it combined into one SGA for both undergrad and grad. Or
You
I'm not
should combine with one. There's usually, if there's, for example, I'll use Brooklyn College for an example. Brooklyn College has an undergrad student government and they have a graduate student association.
Nadine is raising her hand. She's probably going to correct me.
Okay. Vanilla and then Nadine. Vanilla, go ahead.
Go ahead, Nadine.
Nadine,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, this is something, Ari, that is in, I know for Lehman's case, it's in our constitution, and I'm assuming for all the other colleges and states, like how that must happen. And if I'm remembering correctly, we do have the option. It's just that we usually don't have any grad students in student government. And that is a problem along with, having enough senators. So we can definitely look at the constitution together to like review that. And I'm pretty sure that that's usually the issue that we run into, is that we don't actually have people who are nominated into our SGA, and in order to be in USS, they must be nominated on a collegiate level across Lehman. So anybody who's in SGA can then be in USS.
Yeah, that's what I would say to that. Look at your constitution, because you all would have to do that. So I can't say like, hey, let's get a grad delegate from the USS. Can't be like, hey, let's get a grad delegate from Lehman. That process would have to happen on your local campus and then get the graduate student. Edward?
Madam Chairwoman, I was going to motion to take a break for 5 minutes so that you could use the restroom. You were so disposed.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I would like
Second.
to second
I would
that.
like to
This is
second that
Jamie
motion.
Lerner-Brecker.
I would like to third it.
I second it.
Any discussion or readiness? Okay, all in favor,
Yes.
aye.
Yes, because I think I have some emergency work, so I have to go and drink water. So if this is allowed, it will be beneficial for all of us.
Okay, so now we'll be moving to a vote. All in favor, aye. Any nays, any abstentions? We are on recess for 5 minutes, so I'll be back. I'll be using the bathroom. You can turn your screen.
Madam Chair?
Yes, we're on recess. We motioned to go on recess for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Arya, if you're still in the chat, I sent you information from your SGA constitution about that.
I saw it. Thank you so much for that.
I used the bathroom. Whew. Wow.
You
Thank
are
God.
so devoted. That's unbelievable.
Whew. Okay, we're gonna be getting back together in 3 minutes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
with a life like this, so many hours on your Sundays, every day, lectures, assignments, and all these meetings that you are required to attend to peruse through all these campuses and stuff. I mean, how do you find time? I admire your dedication and your commitment to student development and voicing students' concern and fighting for students. But oh my God, it
Thank
is a
you.
lot.
As you can see, sometimes you can't use the restroom when you need to. But it is a lot. I don't know how I balance it. There is no balance, but I love this work, and my job is to ensure that we get things going, and I do the best that I can. But I don't know if there's something called balance.
Yeah, you are doing it. You're doing it.
Thank you.
Keep going.
Edward, is your hand up from before? Oh no, probably. But Abigail.
Yeah, sorry. I just meant to say before respectfully, I default the floor to you. I wasn't saying respectfully to talk over you.
No problem. I saw your message. I've been doing this for 2 years. No
Yeah,
problem.
I know, and you've had to deal with a lot. I've seen
No,
it. It's
no
like,
problem. No problem. I'm gonna turn my screen off because I need to get my laptop charger, but I'm listening to you all.
oh.
I just want to say, for somebody that's been here with USS for the past 2 years, you guys, when you have plenary, don't schedule anything else for the rest of your day. That's Sunday, that's it. Just wake up, get your coffee, make sure you have breakfast, sit in front of that computer at 12, and that's it for your day. These meetings sometimes run into 8, 9 o'clock in the evening because that's how long they could be, and they could be very tedious. So you got a plenary Sunday. My advice, don't make plans because you just might not make it.
Okay, we are reconvening. Can we have a motion to return back into session?
I motion it.
Okay, Diane motions. Is there a second?
A second. Junior seconds it.
Junior seconds it. Any discussion or readiness? All in favor, aye. Any nays, any abstentions? Okay, we are reconvened at 3:45 p.m. Joseph, you sir, take it away.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So we are about to commence the questioning portion of this meeting. I previously sent out to everyone the rules regarding the process and the procedure for questioning, but just to be on the safe side, I will be reading it into the record. So the questions for the candidates shall be limited to 1 minute each. Each college shall be permitted to pass their opportunity to question candidates if said college has not yet formulated its question, or in the alternative, has not yet decided which delegate or alternate shall ask the question. Said college shall then be given one additional opportunity to question candidates after all other colleges have had their opportunity. Once a candidate has been asked a question, no other college shall be permitted to ask the same question of the same candidate. With respect to the officer positions of chairperson, vice chair of legislative affairs, vice chair of fiscal affairs, vice chair of disability affairs, vice chair of international student affairs, and vice chair for technology fee affairs, each college shall be permitted to ask one question of each candidate. With respect to the officer positions of vice chair for community college affairs and vice chair for evening and part-time student affairs, only colleges with a delegate or alternate from the above mentioned divisions may ask a question of the candidates for the officer position for their respective divisions. Now, before we actually begin with the questions, I did want to yield the floor to Hugo to address a question that had been asked right before we went to the breakout rooms. Hugo?
Yeah, I mean, I heard it as I left to join the group, and I know Giovanni did try to speak to this about utilizing, emails in order to campaign. And I heard Giovanni mention that you're not allowed to use any USS listservs and things like that as a mechanism. But I don't know if she touched on the fact that you're also not allowed to use your email from your college, whether it's the one that's generated for you at your campus as a regular student, or the one that's created for you through your student government association. You're also not allowed to use the electronics at that campus. For example, if you were utilizing a computer in the SGA lab, or you're using even one in the computer labs of your college, just like you couldn't use, for example, the Xerox copier in the Student Government Association to print out your posters. And for those of you who are savvy with social networking stuff, we had an issue last year where people were tagging the USS website, the Facebook page and the Instagram page with their posts on social media. You can't do that either. So be very careful, because we almost had to disqualify a couple of candidates last year because of that, because a lot of this material is written down and we're going to send it out to you again in an email. But we would hate that you would lose an opportunity to serve on the the executive committee just because you had made a mistake and violated those rules of campaigning. So be very careful, and don't try to, be careful wiggling around the rules too, because you might inadvertently break them anyway. So we just wanted to share that with you before people start getting hot and heavy with their campaigning.
Okay.
If there's questions about that, you should probably ask them now before we break, or before we go into the next session.
So Abigail has her hand up for question for Professor Hugo Fernandez.
Yeah, no, as far as defining what you mean by tagging, to clarify, you mean tagging as part of your campaign and official post.
Exactly.
Right. So let's say if we shared this meeting on a personal page we had, that's not what you're referring to. Like,
no,
not the meeting itself, but the live feed.
It's like, no, what we're talking about is like, let's say you come up with a post about that you're campaigning in whatever role you're going for, and then that post you then you somehow connect it. I'm not very savvy either, with hashtagging, all that stuff.
Right.
But you connect it electronically, let's say with the Facebook page for USS, or its Instagram, or its Twitter feed, any of the social networking platforms. That's what we're trying to get you to. Obviously, there is synergy that goes on between SGAs and USS for regular activities, but we're speaking specifically about candidates who are campaigning and are tagging USS, social networking.
In their campaign
Yeah.
statement.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're saying, hey, I'm running for vice chancellor of this, please vote for me. And then you tag the USS website, the USS Facebook page. That's what we're talking about. You can't do that.
Right. That's all I wanted to clarify,
Yeah, thanks, Abigail.
Nerdine has a question.
Yeah, just to clarify, to make sure I understood it correctly. So you can't send an email from your personal school email to other delegates to campaign.
Bingo.
But you're able to do it from another email, like a Gmail account.
Exactly, yeah.
And then what about when contacting those students who are delegates? Would you be able to use their school emails, or steer clear of that?
Yeah, as far as and Joseph and I talked about this during the break. So you could send the email to their CUNY email, but you just can't send it from your CUNY email. So it's about where the email originates from, and not so much where it lands. Because obviously some people, that's what they want, their preferred. They're not sharing their personal emails. They prefer to use, whatever their school emails. But we're talking about where the emails originate from. You can't use any kind of CUNY property, and technically your email is CUNY property. I mean, they obviously are letting you use it for the term of your being a student, and I'm not even really sure whether you keep your CUNY email after you graduate, but technically it's CUNY property.
Edward?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, I'll try not to take up too much time. I'm just wondering about a couple of things. I face, when I teach, I face problems with my students about equity based on access to technology, right? A lot of my students say my internet connection is not very good, or my computer doesn't really work. I'm a little bit confused by these rules, particularly those that deny students who might wish to run access to CUNY resources that might sort of practically facilitate their running. It seems a little bit inequitable, because surely, say for argument's sake, the very wealthy student who can afford to, I understand this isn't realistic or something that probably happens, but say for example could afford to hire someone to do their social media for them, or could pay for a brand new computer to do it all on or something, they're going to obviously have an advantage over somebody who's who doesn't have access to those things. Or for example, if a student who's borrowing a laptop from CUNY, does that mean they can't use that device that they've borrowed from CUNY to do it?
I think it's interesting because, but one of the problems is a lot of these rules were created before the pandemic, and we had a taste of what could happen in the face of the pandemic last year, and we were kind of scrambling to adjudicate. And that's why some people, we were giving people a little bit of slack on it, because it was the first time they ever had to. I mean, because typically you're caucusing in the hallway, you're handing out flyers. It's a very different world we're living in now. But if we're taking issue with the rules, then I think it's imperative that the USS take a look at their election processes, which we recommended last year. And I think that we got caught up with a lot of other things, and there was no opportunity to do that. But I think I agree with you that and it is a gray area. For example, folks who've been given Chromebooks, technically, again, that is school property. But by the way, a rich person could probably hire that public relations firm anyway. And whatever happened, and this is kind of interesting, because when I was coming up, we used to have, you go to a coffee shop that had a computer access, where people could just use a computer for I forgot what, $10 an hour or whatever it was. So I mean, there are ways that people are going to get access, and obviously the phone is another. Most students have phones, but again, we're working with the rules we have, and if you're really concerned about, if a student were to express this, that they feel like they're not that their equity is being challenged, or they lack equity in the process, then we would have to take it on a case-by-case basis, and maybe we could absolve somebody, for example, of using their Chromebook this time around. But I think one of the things USS needs to think about is taking a good hard look at their regulations, the process, and if we need to tweak them, because like as I was listening to many of you folks, you know, online education isn't going to go away. So probably an online aspect of governance is also probably going to persist. And we need to kind of update all of these things in order to, again, like you said, create equity. So if you have a particular issue, we can, USERC can take a look at it. We'll sit down with CUNY Legal and we'll see what the bylaws say. But again, you actually have the control to the levers of power through a committee, updating your rules.
Professor Hugo, because we're just running in time. Corey Provost, you have a question for Professor Hugo? We just want to make sure we get started to the questioning.
Yeah, sorry, I go on. I'm a professor.
Corey
No
Provost?
worries. I did. I understand that we'll be, at least for now, operating on the rules as they are. But I wanted to go back to the comment you made regarding the email address. And I believe you mentioned that if I use, for instance, example, a Gmail email address, and I send an email to a student using their CUNY email address, that is fine to campaign in that way. But what about that student responding to me now using their CUNY email address? Would they be exempt because I originated the conversation?
You're the candidate.
What if I'm speaking to another candidate, is what I mean?
Well, it depends on if you're campaigning as a candidate and you email from your school email, then you're the violator. If you communicate as a candidate campaigning through your Gmail, let's say, then you're okay. It's about where it originates from as the campaigner.
I guess that's the question. So if I'm a candidate for a position and I'm speaking to another candidate for another position, I originate the email using my Gmail email address to their CUNY email address, and they respond in kind, but using their CUNY email address. Would that make them a violator?
Yeah, if they're asking you to vote for them or campaigning in any way for their position using their email from a CUNY email, yeah, they would be a violator.
So for clarity, I guess candidates should just try to generally not use anything CUNY related.
Well, I would just, again, if you're going to send an email and in that email you're campaigning, it should be a non-CUNY email, non-CUNY equipment.
Correct. Thank you.
Jonathan?
Yes, I just wanted to address a little bit more about the inequity when it comes to even before the pandemic. If a student didn't have a computer at home, how would they have been able to use technological resources in order to campaign if the only way they would have access is through their campus?
Thank you for that, Jonathan. Aria, and then we will get started with the questioning.
Yes, to ensure the issue that Mr. Provost brought up does not happen, I think it might be a wise idea if we send around some sort of form asking everyone for personal emails. So we have a CUNY email and a personal email for every delegate to ensure no one accidentally breaks the rules.
I don't know if that's something USERC would handle. That's something that the USS needs to do in itself. I mean,
that is what I was saying. Sorry,
yeah.
Thank you for that suggestion, Aria. We will look into and figure out what we can do. Okay, questions for the nominations. Lucrece, take it away.
Okay, so I believe that we go from college to college to see who has questions and for which candidate.
No, we first called on the candidate for chair, and then we go college by college.
Okay, so let's do that. I'm sorry, Robin, can you just name the first candidate for chair, please?
It's Louis Melio from Brooklyn. I'm sorry, Salamatu from New York City Tech.
Okay, and so then
clarification. everybody, all the candidates get asked the same question. So all the candidates essentially would be answering the questions that's asked by the schools for that position.
Okay, okay. Thank you for that. All right, so can we just do a roll to see what colleges have questions?
Yeah, so what Rabin would do is that Rabin would say Brooklyn College, and then Brooklyn College will they'll, speak among themselves, and one person will ask Salamatu a question. And then once Brooklyn College is done, we'll go to the next college. If the next college isn't ready to ask a question, they can pass for now, and then Rabin can come back to them. That's how we go about it.
Okay. All right, Robin, are you ready?
Okay.
Okay.
Graduate Center.
Thank you. This is for the chair. We're getting at the top of the slate, right? For the incoming chairperson. All right, perfect. So my question, you can start the clock, I'll try and keep it within a minute, is it's pretty obvious that USS meetings can become a little contentious. I think not everybody is sort of always totally up on how democratic meetings like these work. So to all of the candidates, what I'd really like to know is what their experience is in managing democratic bodies like this, in chairing meetings, and particularly in regards to their knowledge of Robert's rules. And the second part of my question is, would you support appointing a parliamentarian for the USS to settle matters of procedure?
Okay, beginning with the first chair candidate.
Thank you for your question, Edward. This is Salimatu speaking. In regards to your first question, I do definitely agree with you that we need some type of structure here. And I'm not even talking about structures in the way things are done, but structures in the way we think about things and the way we react about what is happening, and also the way we respond to things. My main thing is that we should talk to each other with compassion, and that is something that I'm going to try and that I am actually going to nurture in people's minds. As far as my experience, I was in the Board of Manhattan Community College Student Government Association as a senator during my associate's year. I graduated from the MCC in liberal arts. In the Student Government Association, I was a senator, but I was a part of the Activities, House of Clubs, and Public Relations Committee, and I was also in the Constitutions and Bylaws Committee. In my student government, we faced a lot of hardships of exactly this type, kind of people not getting along, and a lot of constitutional changes having to be done, which I was one of the main participants in revising the constitutions, in making the bylaws adaptable to what the people in student government needed in order to have a situation that would benefit everybody. Further, in my organization, I lead a lot of people. By semester, I lead about 20 to 25 to 30 students. And in the executive team, we face a lot of communication issues as well. But the main way I deal with things is by training people about leadership. Although we are all here as leaders, we still have a lot to learn when it comes to active listening, like we were all saying, and also when it comes to really understanding why we are doing everything that we're doing and how we are supposed to do it. And yes, I would definitely support appointing a parliamentarian, because I think that structure is never something that is bad, as long as we agree somehow on what we are doing and we agree on our different procedures. Thank you again for your question, Edward.
Okay,
Lucrece, if I jump in quickly. So the question that was asked, that question will go to all the chairs. And then once Salamatu is done, whoever the next chair is will have to answer, then whoever the next will also have to answer, so that we can do it in that way.
Yeah, okay.
And by the way, yeah, I apologize too. By the way, Ian, are you timing this? Are you timing both the questions and the responses?
Jasper is timing both the questions and the responses. Jasper, yes.
And just another point that what's been done historically is they switch. So whoever spoke to the first question first, then they reverse the order. So that way nobody has to go first every time or last every time.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so for the next candidate, same questions.
Aaron Grammer.
Hey, everyone. Okay, so I think it's a great question, Ed, and I think that was one of the biggest problems that we had in USS, people not knowing exactly what the Robert Rules of Order are in the first place. I think that the main thing that we should do is the first thing that we send to all delegates is the Robert Rules of Order. And I'm going to send right now a link over there to a cheat sheet that, for example, I use that everybody can utilize moving forward. So basically, if you've seen any videos from the previous year of how the Robert Rules of Order went, you're going to see that it was very dysfunctional. Nobody knew what kind of motions you can make, how you can make them. And I think that personally, I was one of the only people who was answering and giving. I actually had a full entire open meeting law kind of like thing that I'll send also later on, that I responded to someone saying that I violated the Constitution, but whatever. Now, regarding, do I have any experience with the Robert Rules of Order? Yes, I do. I chair the Senate meetings a full year in Brooklyn College with 27 senators. And I'm also chairing the meetings now, right now as president of the USG in Brooklyn College. So yeah, I have experience in that. Regarding parliamentarian, I don't know how we have a situation that we don't have a parliamentarian. I don't know why this is not the default. We shouldn't start a meeting without a parliamentarian. It shouldn't be in that kind of like order that we get to a situation where we have an argument and then let's search for a parliamentarian. I mean, I think that's the kind of like basic. You have a chair, you have a secretary, you have to have a parliamentarian. It's basic. That's enough for me.
Abigail Thomas.
Yes, thank you. I think this is an excellent question. I agree there needs to be order. The Robert Rules of Order are definitely dysfunctionally applied here, without a doubt. I've seen the way they've been like flagged without respect for the actual order as compared to what someone wants to do, as far as speaking. And it really irks the hell out of me because I've run SGA. I'm the executive vice chair of CCSD, which is the second largest organization CUNY-wide after USS, with more than 11,000 students with disabilities represented. I would be near confounded. We keep order, but it's not in a mean, cantankerous way with disdain and condescension. We do it with understanding. And you're able to do that with a humane voice and a humane face. In closing, for the parliamentarian, I think honestly, yeah, I agree with my previous two comrades here. It should definitely be a normal part. There's no reason why we should wait for a question to have one on board. They should be here in case something comes into question, so we can turn and ask, excuse me, parliamentarian, we have an issue. How do you think this should settle? And then they can address it. That should be there. They're there for that reason. So to not have them from beginning to end of the term is a horrible disservice to the students because it holds us back. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other candidates for this position?
Rajvinder Kaur.
Okay.
So for me, I think order is a must because right now our meetings are not in the way it should be. People needs to be more considerate, respectful, and stand with each other despite their difference in opinions, because this is not something we are doing for ourselves. This is something that's for all the students, and here we will be representing students, and we need to have a proper order and also respect. And this is not something that's going to come in like one day or maybe 1 week. This is something that will come with time. So for the time that we will be learning all these rules, I would like all of you to be more respectful. And yes, Robert Rules is a must and we should always follow it. And parliamentary is also a must so that everyone can handle what is going on and get the answers whenever needed. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that our last candidate for this position?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I guess the next college on the list, beginning with the last candidate who just spoke.
CUNY Law?
Unless Corey has anything, can you come back to us later?
Okay. CUNY SPS?
Yeah, so the chairperson has a lot of responsibilities that go just beyond holding the meeting accountable and whatnot. A lot of it is advocating, especially with local politicians. I was wondering what experience you guys have with that and how you plan to advocate in the wider political arena for CUNY students.
Okay. Beginning with the last candidate who spoke, who answered the previous question.
Rajvinder? You're on mute.
Sorry. So I started my candidacy in like May 2021, and as of now, I have met the chancellor of CUNY. So I know how to, advocate for people and to talk to, someone who is in the higher position. And for the future, I would be someone who knows how to represent and will do anything I can to, let them know our problems so they can answer and help.
Thank you. Next candidate.
Abigail?
Yes, thank you. So the answer to this is as far as local advocacy, I would definitely do it. I've already been in like New York State Senate, both personally and remotely. I spoke to our current Attorney General, who I love, even when she was just the advocate for the city. I stood with her on Denim Day 2018, and it was a very moving experience, representing victims of sexual assault and rape. When I say I'm intersectionally passionate about supporting old people, I mean it. And I will take this to any and every office I need to. I have called people like in local county, well, here the borough offices, like in the middle of the day, and had their ear to talk it off, to talk about issues and to get things done and to move things. And I've sent letters to do this. I've started campaigns, and I will do the same as executive chair. I'm under no mistake that this is just coming in from this camera and looking pretty. It's doing all the back end work. And I'm also willing to help every one of the vice chairs elected with me to do their job more effectively, because that's also a very missed part of it. In CCSD, certainly everyone has their positions, but it is not mistaken that when you're in there, you are part of a family, and the chair is the parent, and you have to do a lot. And I will do everything I can to support my co-chairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next candidate.
So in response to the question, I think we need to take a step back basically and understand exactly how do we actually reach out to everyone who we want to reach out to. So I think what's important before we actually do the reach out, that we actually know who we are reaching out to in terms of having a database, preparing everybody for a campaign. And this is something that I try to push multiple times within the USS. Let's actually give an example here. I just sent a link inside. You're more than welcome to click on the link and see what happens. And these are stuff that I did in like 3 seconds, okay? And I created campaigns, for example, for the credit, no credit, okay? And in that campaign, I just created a tweet that anybody can click on it. And it says, I want to vote for Aaron Grama. Here, it's very simple, okay? And you know what? Nobody from USS wanted to use it for some reason, and nobody pushed it. I mean, no matter what I did in order to try to further what we can do in order to move this forward, okay? I mean, it's simple tricks like that that we can make our life easier. and just launch a campaign with like 50 people immediately just clicking on the link, okay, and pushing people, advocating. We can tag the people who are important because we have a database and just move forward with it. Now, in terms of successes with actually advocating for students, I'm going to share another link of the CUNY proctoring. I don't think anybody over here at the moment can, I mean, we had a lot of debates about the proctoring at the time, but the person who took the initiative on the proctoring was me. I got a little bit more than 28,000 students who signed on to it. I got press who were involved from almost each local campus reached out to me, the press over there. There were also national press who reached out. You're more than welcome to Google my name to see it. And yeah, that's exactly how I intend to run the USS, in a more effective way of reaching out to people, making our brand known, what USS is. At the moment, if you go to any campus and you ask a student, tell me what USS is, I'm willing to bet that maybe 1 out of 10, maybe they know what USS is. It's a shame.
Hey guys, I'm really sorry we're at time. My apologies, Mr. Grammer.
Okay.
Salamatu?
Yeah. All right. I'm going to start by saying that teamwork is the key. For me, there is no I in this or this singular you in this. For me, it's an us. And we will not be able to advocate for CUNY or advocate for the CUNY students without the CUNY students, without knowing their locations, without knowing what they care about, and without knowing what's their role in the positions and the different interests of the people we are sending our concerns to. So the first thing that I would do is really try to know in each CUNY college, how many constituents do each of the people have? Because these people in higher places, whether we want it or not, whether we like it or not, they are still our collaborators. We are working with them. And in anything, in order to be able to handle a situation, you need to know the situation. You need to know who you're working with and why they're doing whatever they're doing. So that would be the first thing that I would be pinpointing. As far as experience, in 2019, I participated in the climate strike march, the climate change march, because sustainability is really important. We were a lot of CUNY students there. There was an article written in order to talk about everything that happened. It was a great experience. It was definitely extremely interesting. And the thing that I liked the most was really to have all of these CUNY students reunited for the same purpose, which brings me back to there is no I here. No one cares about my personal feelings. As chairperson, everybody cares about what everybody's doing. So that's what I'm doing. I have advocacy in my veins. So the last thing that I will do is encourage CUNY students and teach them how to advocate for themselves in the classroom and anywhere else, in front of their professors and any other program that they're joining. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So do we have the next question from the next college? And we would start with, I believe it's Abigail, in answering the questions.
School of Public Health.
Hi. So I heard many of you spoke about proposed changes, and you guys identify specific needs that you're going to be addressing. So my question is, what strategy are you going to really use to sort of transition these new changes into the plenary and advocacy?
Okay. Yeah, so thank you. So basically the way I'm going to use strategy is, one thing I'm big on is tech. I can truly like extend tech, like set something up and in mere minutes get tens of thousands of people on board. It's one thing I do good, and it leverages my lack of equity in many ways. And I would use it here to create the ability to outreach and get students in from all the campuses, since obviously right now, the idea of physical communication and keeping things limited to like brick and mortar is not going to work, because none of us are brick and mortar. We're all virtual. So this thing that I built on some equity for decades, where anyone else would have starved, I'm going to utilize it in this environment where it's advantageous to reach out and bring in the students to make them more engaged in here. So we actually get some activity on a university level. So the delegates elected here actually have more of a connection to the students they represent, which is one of the larger problems right now. I think that should pretty much do it. Thank you. And I will give the rest of my time up.
Okay. Same question now to, I believe it's Haran.
Thanks. Okay, so changes in the USS, I mentioned it a few times inside the nomination speech, but yeah, I do think that we need to do a lot of changes. And how do we do these changes? At least in my opinion, the best approach is to do it legislatively. That means we have to create a committee on the bylaws, okay, that will immediately, first day, okay, at the first opportunity that we have, we form that committee, because that's an emergency basically that we need to do. The bylaws, if anybody have read them, are outdated. Okay, I mean, it's so obvious. I mean, I would agree with several over here of the people who stated inside the chat, this is ridiculous. We can't use our own private emails. By the way, the emails are owned basically by you. The domain is owned by CUNY, but the emails itself, you keep it. You pay Microsoft, okay, from your tech fee. So yeah, you keep it after you graduate also. So I disagree with that premise that CUNY owns it, okay? That's an example of something that we need to change. By the way, last time that we had an election, I created a website, okay, on USS, and I put over there the list of all the candidates who are running. And I told everybody, why don't we actually use this website to promote all the candidates, okay? And USS will be in charge of putting all the candidates' information so you know what they're doing. And I got turned down by USERC, by the way. Yeah, they said they don't want to do it, maybe next year. And next year is here and we're not doing it. So right now you'll all probably be receiving an email with a blurb from people who probably nobody's going to read. You see, I wish we could do stuff differently, but we need people who are actually going to take action, okay? People who are going to do stuff, know what the problem is and know how to fix it. I have the solutions, I offered them. We just got to do it. I yield my time.
Okay. Next candidate, I believe going this reverse order, I believe is Salimatu.
Yes, thank you. So we know the problem, we know what's happening, but we do not know everything, right? We know what we have to fix, kind of work on in our current plenary, which is why the first thing that I would do is animate the ethics committee. I think that it's important. We're talking about the parliamentarian, cool, beautiful, but we also have to animate this committee in order to kind of regulate the things that we're doing. After that, in a CUNY-wide format, I will talk about creating conversations and involving the students in the conversations. I would create a structure, kind of a task force or something like that, to have all the student governments collect what's happening on their campus. Create some kind of small committees where the students can participate. What's the transition to that? Just an idea right now, we have the CUNY clubs, right? These are different structures, these are different places where the USS can go, where we can go, where we can listen to what the students are going through, where we can listen to what they care about, to listen and to understand what they really need. Because right now we think that we know, and we know a lot. Obviously, we cannot know everything, but the only way that we can have a clear understanding of what's going on is by listening more and getting out of this pressing type of feeling. Because it is necessary to do some things immediately, and we all know what these things are, but we shouldn't just be caught on the immediate things that we have to do, and also do them while still investigating what the students really need right now, what they need actually. And that will only happen if we allocate our energy to creating these different teams. When the students are going to participate in our conversations, they will feel part of our team, and they will also know about USS, not only by word of mouth, but also by practice. And practice equals action, which is equally important than everything else. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last candidate, Rajvinder.
So I totally agree with Salimata. Her idea is superb. So I had the same thing, but the one thing I wanted to do first is, create a safe space it's not a committee, it's a place where everyone from USS can come and discuss the problems that's going on here, so that everyone can get a chance to speak. Maybe on first or second day, if I become the chairperson, I would like all of us to meet and discuss about the problems and really find the solution before going to the next step. And about CUNY, it's good, it's good to invite students to the meetings, but I would like to do is go to the students, maybe every month. I would like our committee, our whole USS, whoever can come, to go to the individual colleges and go and meet students on the campus to know what problems they are facing and how can we solve their problems. And maybe that time we can talk to the SGA, the current SGA that's present in the college, to discuss the solution so that students can get the answers to their problems. And yeah, this is how I'm going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, the next college for the next question, and the candidate to first answer that question will be Haran.
School of Labor and Urban Studies. Baruch College.
So the chairperson in many ways shapes the agenda and tone of USS. So I wanted to know, what does a just pandemic recovery for CUNY students look like for you?
Well, so I actually built a small website regarding the pillars about the stuff that we should address, like as a priority inside, like us as USS. So inside like COVID-19, if it's specifically related to that. So I wanted to focus on distance learning, on students in need, on the transition back to campus, on tuition and emergency preparedness and safety plan. As we all know, CUNY was not ready for this pandemic whatsoever. Their emergency preparedness was, can't curse over here, but okay. It was really bad. Let's just put it like that, okay? We have to hold people accountable of what just exactly happened in this pandemic, okay? So our body over here should start doing that, okay? We know that they messed up, and we know how they messed up, and we have also the suggestions on how to improve it. Now, if we're talking about like a specific issue, for example, that I'm moving on right now, so part of it was in my nomination speech, I do not want any student to be dropped at the October 7th deadline. And I'm wishing that more students would get behind the executive order that Brooklyn College has done. Basically, a lot of classes right now in CUNY First are labeled as hybrid, even though the professors have said to students, okay, and I got the report, I got it from the provost, okay, she sent an urgent message to faculty saying, please stop telling your students that it's online. If it says in CUNY First that it's hybrid, you can't say that it's online. If you say that it's online, students are not going to submit their vaccination. And that's exactly what happened. We have students who are going to be dropped because of a confusion over there with faculty, and because yeah, well, they're trying to get their vaccination and stuff like that. This is a priority. We're having approximately in Brooklyn College, 20% of the students are not vaccinated. Do we understand how much students that are going to be possibly dropped? I think that's the priority right now that we need to address, like before October 7th. And that's all. Yeah, yield the time.
Okay, thank you. The next candidate to answer, please, Salimatu.
All right, thank you. So I think that what we are going to do, pandemic recovery related, I think that we have to focus on that tech issue. Tech is extremely important because even after the pandemic, we are still going to be using technology. So how can we make the CUNY technology that we're using more friendly to the students? And I totally agree with my colleague Aaron here. He's right. That is the most pressing issue, right? The students really need to get on track. They really need to get out of this confusing spiral that that the administration is creating around them. So that's something also that we have to focus on. One of the other things that I'm going to think about, that I am thinking about, is creating community. Creating community is very important when we're talking about coming back to campus safely and things like that. And even right now when we are not on campus, community is important because it's hard for the students to interact in the classroom, being on Zoom. So I would use the clubs, the CUNY clubs. The clubs are, for me, the main point where we can really work with the students. These are these small spaces, and the clubs have been compromised. The clubs have been struggling during the pandemic. So it is important that we work with them and that we work with the student leaders that would like to continue their clubs and have contacts with the students personally to make them come together, right? That's how we can best know what they need. That's how we can best advocate for what they need tech-wise. And that's how also we are going to make our goals come true. Thank you.
Thank you. Next was Vinda, please.
Oh, yes. So for what I'm going to do is I would like to speak to everyone before our meetings, maybe through a Google form, and ask for what's going on in every college. What's the biggest problem they're facing right now regarding to the COVID, regarding to the unvaccinated students who cannot get access to the campus. So right now in my college also, there are students based on their religious problems, they cannot get the vaccine, and because of that they are not allowed to get in the college. So we have to do something related to that. And for that I'm going to discuss with my other group how we are going to do this. So discussion is something that is very important for an agenda. I can create an agenda without even thinking anything. It's of no use if we don't know what's going on. So yeah, it's important to contact colleges every month before the meeting so that we know what's going on and we can work on that. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, Abigail.
Yeah, hi. So I'm going to start out with a comment in the chat because Nadine just said part of how I feel. Part of this is CUNY's failure. Obviously, they had no idea of how to utilize technology and utilize it properly. And I'm just going to come out and say it because they missed it on so many levels. That being said, it's also a policy problem that CUNY's failed on. They did not let us know in time when different key dates came up, including when they decided to close for last fall. They were problematic also with this thing of getting vaccinated. They can deny students access to the building. We have the technology, give them hybrid options while they can attend without dropping them. They just don't do it because they just don't get in these meetings and talk about what's really happening. And this is one thing I want to push to change when I am elected as chair, because we need a less, I don't want to use pejoratives or anything, but a less unresponsive CUNY, and one that really is tailored to the students it's supposed to serve. The purpose of this university is to be balanced in equity. So it's absolutely insulting that the one thing this university does in that framework is imbalance equity. Thank you. I surrender the remainder of my.
Thank you. Okay, so next question, please. Brooklyn College. City College.
I'm going to ask a question on behalf of Brooklyn College. Is that okay?
I don't think are there any rules against that? Joseph?
There are no rules against that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so if Brooklyn College is next, by all means, ask your question.
Okay, question to the candidates. All of you, can you share please any experience that you have in student government or in USS? That's all.
Okay, we'll start with Salamatu.
Point of inquiry.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I have a point of inquiry.
Okay.
Can Aaron answer his own question?
There are no rules against Aaron asking a question.
No, I'm saying, can he answer his own question?
Yeah, he would have to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right, thank you for your question, Aaron. So when I came here 3 years ago, my first interaction with CUNY students or people in New York was student government. I got introduced to the student government president and to the whole student government senate, and I became a student representative. Basically, I volunteered for the student government for 2 semesters before I ran to become a senator in the student government. At first, I wasn't chair of any committee. I was just part of activities, House of Clubs and Public Relations, the Constitution and Bylaws Committee, and other committees. But then I got chosen as chair of activities, House of Clubs and Public Relations. Now that was extremely fun to organize all of these events, but also to discover that in student government, we can have disagreements about everything, as small as having a chocolate fountain for an event for students. So that was fun. I was also in the Constitution and Bylaws Committee, like I said. That experience became very interesting, especially towards the middle of me being appointed, because there was something that we're doing, like I said earlier, revising the Constitution, revising the bylaws, adapting it to the student government. So there was a lot of work and meetings that had to go on. That's when I became more familiar with the Robert's Rules of Order. I became more familiar with the language, with the different things that we were doing. So that was also interesting. As a part of Student Government Association, I also got the opportunity to go to Albany to advocate for CUNY tuition, to be able to reduce the tuition. So that happened right before the pandemic. We went to Albany, we spoke to a lot of representatives, and I had the honor to be at the forefront of all of the different conversations we had. I'm happy that my team trusted me with this. Now I am going to the New York City College of Technology, and I am the Vice President of External Affairs, where my role is basically to connect City Tech to other CUNY campuses. And that's something that I like doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Aharon, your question, you can answer.
Thank you. I'm going to abstain from that.
Okay. Hold on one second. So, Abigail?
Sure. So I want to answer the question over like the long term. So when I came to City Tech, New York City College of Technology, it wasn't like the stories you'll hear here for most part. I didn't have the idea that it would be welcomed or even accepted in any way possible. My idea was I was just going to sit in the back of the room like I did in special education back in the 70s and lay low and lay like from all the bullies and everything else. Because even when I walked on campus, there were all these problems. I only started running once I started realizing how much power my voice carried and how much I could bring to other people who were pushed in the back along with me. So basically, it comes down to this. My experience in student government was starting all the way back at the Senator of Accessibilities, but only after a long time of being up to Albany, just as a person, voicing their opinion, being recognized and being heard, finally, and seeing what power that had, to going from that to the Center of Accessibility, where once I opened my mouth, I was put into right into VP of student organization because I made all the noise. And in student organization, I raised clubs up. I wasn't even intended to be president now. It came because I led. I do not lead by words, I lead by actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Last candidate?
Yes. So I just started so when we started, our SG has like 15 people, 11 of them were senators. And with time in August, 10 of them left because they were not aware of the responsibilities, commitments that SGA needs to have. So what really happened is they thought this is something they can do it because COVID didn't let them know the real thing that SG have to do. So they all, by one and one, they left. And now we, the 4 executives, had the responsibility to, stand SG again up. And we did that. We did, get all the new senators, and we worked hard till we get the new senators. We did everything we can. Also, this was a great experience for me to, learn about different individuals' personalities and how much time commitment SG needs. And also after that, not yesterday, like last week, I was in my office and public safety official came and he just asked me like, do you know where the room to Muslim student is where they can go and pray? And I was like, no. So I discussed this with my um, advisor, not advisor, but someone who knew a lot about BMCC. So he told me that before COVID, there was a room where the students can pray, but during the COVID, the room got closed and there's like no room anymore. So these things really affected me, like how so much has changed before COVID and after COVID. Like people are facing so many problems that we have to do. So this is something that really affected me and gave me a lot of experience that I'm gonna work on and do my best. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next college, next question, please.
City College.
So at CCNY, we have a very vulnerable digital infrastructure. Actually, the whole CUNY system has a very vulnerable digital infrastructure. As we just saw in this meeting, we just had a Zoom bomber, and at at all CUNY emails, it's vulnerable to scam emails. A lot of students fall for it. And at our student governments, we had to deal with that. And at the same time, CUNY First looks like it's a 2008 website. So we just want to know, what is your plan? We don't want to hear a commitment. We want to know what's your plan on updating our digital infrastructure.
Haram?
Okay, thanks. I really appreciate that question because that was something that I dealt with last year. So yes, the CUNY is outdated. CUNY UI, user interface, that's what it stands for. I think it was last updated probably 2003 and nobody gives a flying whatever, since then. So it seems like that the CIO of the college, Brian Cohen, is the person who's supposed to be in charge of that. And to my knowledge, okay, don't quote me on this, probably the last 10 years, this has been referred to other people. Yes, the CUNY UI is improving. Yes, any moment. The beta testing will give you access to beta testing. Nothing has happened. Okay, now I'm not going to roast someone specific, okay, but somebody needs to hold them accountable, okay, at this point, okay. All the stuff that we're using over there, it's just disgraceful that we're using it in a student body at this point. It's just ridiculous. I mean, one of my senators, okay, just for fun, in 1 hour, okay, we were like, you know what, CUNY is sending out links through the email. Okay, and it's just absurd that they're sending the cleared for links and everybody needs to click on the link, go into their email every time in order to access campus. So we built a PWA, a progressive web app. Took us approximately 1 hour. And I just sent the link inside the, you can add it to your home screen. You have quick links over there. Why didn't CUNY think about this? I don't know. Why aren't they doing this? I don't know. Nor do they talk with us. We have to establish, okay, actually a kind of like USS, okay, that for once, okay, will not deal with all the BS, okay, around with politics and stuff like that, okay, and we'll actually try to focus on student problems. We have so many problems, okay, that I can list. I can go on for days over here talking about them. Okay, let's try to address them. It's very simple. We have a plan. We have action plans. A lot of the people over here, our candidates, have the action plans, and I'm out of time.
Okay, Abigail, same question.
Sorry, can you repeat the question again? I just want to be clear on it.
So basically, I'm saying that, the overall CUNY digital infrastructure is vulnerable. A lot of students receive scam emails and they fall for it by the Outlook server, and also CUNY First, DegreeWorks. They all look like 2008 websites. Some say 1990, and that's a lot of CUNY students don't feel secure about that, and it's very vulnerable. Scammers go through our networks. We just had a Zoom bomber today, so like, how can you assure confidence in us?
Okay, well, first of all, these are definitely separate subjects, and I respect Aaron's response wholeheartedly, being that he's a tech person. I'd like to address it a little more in depth, though. Personally, first of all, to address the Zoom bomber, this was a lack of security in this session. And as chair, I will make absolutely sure all the Zoom sessions are secured. Not only secured, but accessible. You can ask anyone who goes to my SGA meetings. They are all recorded and they all have captions and they are all secure. I don't do anything that I wouldn't do anywhere else. This is just professional accountability. Secondly, as far as the individual digital networks, they are set up on the campuses. So the individual IT managers and IS managers are basically who manages it. Brian Cohen, yes, he does the overall agenda, but then he hands it off to them and they handle it individually per campus. So one thing I would do is get in with a lot of these individual IT managers to see how they could work through it quicker, because there's a lot they can do to make this easier. Not always, because while the CUNY servers, each domain, for example, City Tech, is set up and established by the individual campus IT and IS management. It's not left up to CUNY-wide management. CUNY-wide management makes sure the servers are running. They do not establish the individual dissemination of email addresses or the scam bots. Those are set up per campus.
Okay, thank you. I'm
No
sorry.
problem.
Did
No,
I
that's all
interrupt you?
right. I'll finish here and surrender the remainder of this to whoever, like.
Okay, okay. Same question to Rajvinder.
So this is not something that I know a lot about. So what I'm going to do is I will talk about this to the technology committee that USS have, so that what we can do and how we can solve this, all the tech related problems. And also we'll discuss this to the higher ups, like Chancellor of CUNY, like what we can do, how we can improve this CUNY first. And also last month when Chancellor came to BMCC, he was talking about changing the Blackboard to, changing the whole Blackboard to something, another thing. So maybe we will do something for the CUNY first also, and all the tech related problems, because as I am not a tech person, I don't have a solution right now, but I'm willing to find a solution and work on it. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, Salimatu.
Right. I remember in the fall of 2019, 2020 actually, I and the people of my team, we helped the Building a Brighter African Diaspora Club organize their first conference ever in the club. That conference was virtual and it was the biggest and the greatest one that has been organized in the whole college, because student government, even with all the resources, couldn't do a conference like that. With all the security and all the preparation that we did, we still had bombers, right? Our solution to that was to come up, there is that thing on Zoom where you can have people register prior to the meeting and put in their information. And this way we were able to see who was coming in the meeting in and out. So these are some types of immediate solutions that we can use, since right now it is Zoom that we're using, for example, for all of our meetings. Now, another thing that we can do, meeting-wise at least, is start to explore different platforms that we could use. Now, this is a big study, and my role in Building a Brighter African Diaspora, I said that I do social entrepreneurship. And what I do is study cases and find solutions. And I believe in the power of research and in the power of powerful proposals. So I would bring our best tech students in all CUNY together to study this problem and design, exactly, Aaron, and design a valuable and efficient solution that we are going to put together very professionally and beautifully. We are going to design a prototype that CUNY will not be able to say no to. And then we're gonna go to them and show them why our idea is their best shot. So that is my biggest solution here. we are going to act here like we're entrepreneurs. This is going to give opportunities to the CUNY students to showcase their skills, to use everything they're learning in and outside of the classroom. And it will also allow us to tell them, listen, we are the Student Senate. We are a united Student Senate. We are working with all CUNY students, and this is the best solution that you could ever have. Thank you.
Thank you. So next caller's next question, please.
Hunter College. Day College. Lehman College.
Oh, yes, thank you. Nadine here from Lehman. There has been an ongoing situation that's definitely been exacerbated by the use of Zoom, unfortunately, our only option. But the toxic behavior, name calling, it's really been exacerbated by the fact that people can type things and they say things they would never say out loud. So I want to know, how would you address a situation where someone is abusing the chat? And more importantly, how would you hold yourself accountable if you are accused of exhibiting toxic behavior in the chat or in any form in USS?
Abigail?
Okay, it's my turn. Great. Well, first of all, one of the biggest steps I think of holding myself accountable is definitely appointing the parliamentarian. Their objective point of view in the procedures of the meeting is absolutely imperative to holding us accountable. And so that's why I would want them from the very first day. There are different ways, including word filters that can be applied in the chat. There are also alarms. So basically you can like shut down certain words from appearing in the chat, but still be alerted to people using them. Racial slurs, sexist slurs. Of course, there are always things that will happen, and I will temporarily, if need be, shut down a chat to filter out the people who are doing it and make sure to address it accordingly before reopening the chat. But it's a matter of doing it on the fly. Of course, it will also be documented. And for officers who actually sit on this, I will hold them ultimately accountable like myself. And that includes removing them if they refuse to change their behaviors. There is no room for that sort of toxicity. Thank you. I surrender the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Rajvinder?
So a leader is someone who respects themselves as well as others. If we are here and are disrespecting someone who is also a leader, then it's something that's really, really bad. And for that, I would like to, give his or her name to the impeachment committee that can work on this. Because if we are starting this once, if we are saying something bad to someone once, then we can do it again. It's not something that we will be stopping ourselves and the person will not say the same thing again. And if this thing, if I am the one who is saying something like something bad or something disrespectful to someone, then I would like, to all the people present here to, give my name, and they can also impeach me, because it's a place where it's not me, it's about everyone together. So if I'm doing something, you guys are welcome to impeach me. If you are doing something, we will all come together and I will impeach you, because this is something that's we have to do something regarding this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Salamatu?
Yes. So I'm gonna say ethics. Ethics. We all need to have ethics. We all need to have honor for ourselves, and USS actually have an ethics committee. So I'm gonna go back to the question I answered earlier. It will be activating this committee. There is a French proverb that says prévenir est mieux que guérir, which it means like preventing a problem is better then it's like preventing a sickness is better than curing the sickness. Because if you never had the sickness in the beginning, things will be great. So there is what is going to happen during the meetings and what we can do before these meetings to make things not go that far. And it all starts with communication. We need to communicate with each other. So my main word here is relaxation and meditation, group activities outside of our different meetings, really meeting each other where we are and talking about what's happening. As chair, it will be my responsibility to communicate with everybody. Whether I like what they're saying or not, whether they're acting a certain way or not, there is a necessity here to be there, a necessity to be able to have conversations with people, even when things are not necessarily going well, right? And in this capacity, I will be able to assess the situation and calm things down. And with all of the other leadership trainings, I said that in the beginning, with everybody trying to meditate, listen, we are in the virtual world and that offers us a lot of opportunities to do different things. We could even have very low background music if everybody agrees that this is something that they would like to do. Votes could be made so that everybody is being just relaxed and everybody's doing things in the right way. So the main thing here would be that how we can use technology to calm the spirits down and how we can activate the ethics committee to make sure that people are called out when there is need to call them out. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, Haran.
Thank you. So I feel like this question might be a little bit directed to me, so I'll just cover this topic very quickly. I'm going to send in the chat this thing that I said that apparently I was called out for being inappropriate. I said I'm the person who was trolling, who was over here, who we know was fake. We established that. And I said, I guess Matthew and Junaid are friends. Lol. Okay. Very, the LOL, I think that tells everybody that this is a joke. Yet, I got a special call out, okay, saying, Aaron, stop being disrespectful. This is being condescending, and then I agree. No, you judge it yourself. Tell me if you think that that's the case. I'm just saying, if you think I was being condescending, I'll apologize. But if not, then let's move on. I yield the time.
Okay.
Excuse me a minute. We're still going over the same question that we've gone with. That's why the meeting is being dragged out. What I said when I came to the Senate initiation first meeting.
Point of order,
Marlon.
Marlon, point
sorry,
of order. Do you have a question?
Sorry. Yes, I was having a question. I think we have to discuss what went on in the meeting and continue going through the nomination process. That's what I want.
Okay, Lucrece, please feel free to proceed.
Okay, so next question, next question, please.
Medgar Evers. New York City Tech.
Hi. This question is in regards to all of the candidates. Just give me a second. I wrote down on my phone. If elected, how do you plan to maintain a strong non-toxic environment if people don't see eye to eye with each other?
This would be Rajvinder first, please.
So what I'm going to do is, it's very important to know each other, because if we don't know each other, we'll always judge. We'll never understand. We'll never respect each other. So first thing is, I would like all of us to meet, have time to meet and enjoy and, go out and do something so that we get to know each other and there will be a less toxic environment than we have. Also, it's more about communication. I will want to have meetings, after meetings or maybe before meetings, a session where everyone can come and just vent out and just say whatever they have on mind, so that in meeting we have a proper, a nice environment, so that everyone can respect and respect each other and understand what's going on and understand their opinions and respect even if their opinion doesn't match with others. Yes.
Point of order, this question has already been asked.
I'm sorry, has it been up?
Not the way I put it. My question is mainly asking, how do you plan to help people connect together? They don't see eye to eye on certain topics.
Okay, I don't believe that the same question has been asked, unless any member of USERC disagrees with my recollection. I believe this is an okay question. Anyone? Okay, thank you though. All right, same question to Salamatu.
I think that we should focus on what unites us more than what disunites us and more than on the conflict.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're cutting out a little bit. Can
And
you
your
start
picture
again,
is
please?
frozen. Salimatu, I would highly recommend to close your video and most likely will work your audio if you do that.
Quickly, I just want to say I gotta have a meeting prior to this one. I think this is not the voting stage.
Thank you,
So
Marlon.
it's-
You mentioned that in the chat, so we can.
Okay, I didn't get back a response. I didn't know if anyone got me. Okay, thank you. Have a nice day.
Lucrece proceed or Salamatu?
Is it better?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
better now.
Right. So I'm gonna proceed with my video shutdown for a moment.
Okay.
So I was saying that the important thing is that we focus on what unites us and in a healthy way, discuss about the problems that we have. We all need to relearn a lot of things here. Like I've been saying, we are leaders, we're student government presidents and whatnot, but we still have a lot to learn about communication. And I agree with Rajvinder when she said that that's the core of everything. So USS, the plenary, the steering, will have to go through these types of leadership trainings, leadership conferences, and ways that we can help in a healthy way build community. Because the environment becomes even more toxic when we do not talk about what's going wrong. And when we don't talk about things, it's because we think this person is not going to agree, but also because some people don't think that the things that we communicate them well, and then they shut down and don't want to listen to us. So one party is not at fault here. Everybody is at fault because some people don't know how to talk and some people do not know how to listen and no one wants to compromise. So these are all things that we will have to learn, and we will have to learn it through leadership, through looking at things compassionately and in a human way. Because at the end of the day, we can all make mistakes and we have to, as human beings, reconciliate with that fact. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Same question, Aharon.
Thank you. Toxicity. Okay, so fortunately, toxicity is part of USS. I feel like it's built in, but we're going to try to eliminate as much as possible. I am going to add on to what Salimatu said. I think she put it spot on. Without dialogue, many people are going to seem to each other like monsters, and it's pretty common that when you don't talk with someone, you're not going to see actually the other side of them and get to set some kind of communication. So I'm going to put it as kind of like 2 points. First of all, we're going to have more dialogues. If I'm chair, I would like to do that. Second, I feel like when people are actually doing stuff, when they're busy, they're less focused on the nonsense that comes with that of fighting with each other. On that note, I am gonna say, Salimatu, there's no toxicity over here. For example, I feel like at least personally with you, I'm gonna pledge my support to you. I'm gonna vote for you at least the first round for chairperson. I think you are speaking amazing. So yeah.
Okay,
I yield
thank
my
you.
time.
Thank you. Abigail?
Sure, thank you. So I'm actually with the previous two answers. The only way you do this is through open communication. You have to talk and actually listen and not just talk. And I think that's a big problem. We come in with our own ideas and our own conceptions and misconceptions, and we lay them on the other person. And we end up talking over them. As part of chair, I am going to sit down individually and talk and listen to everyone and actually get an idea of where they're coming from, not just what they say or blurt out they're coming from when they're in meetings or when they're like truly wound up about things, but as a person. Because when we start to get into that interpersonal communications, like we get into what the other person actually means, and we get into their heart, their loves, and what they want to accomplish. And through that, we enable them and ourselves to be better leaders. And I think that's ultimately the goal of all this. It's to rid toxicity, not through enabling more rules. It's through eliminating toxicity through employing love, through employing respect, through employing support. And too many people don't feel dedicated to that. They just come in here, and I understand the mindset. They need to do something, they need to get in, and they need to get out. But if we don't have that respect in the middle of it, it all falls apart. And with 15 seconds left, I surrender the remainder of my time to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that that's all the candidates for this question. Next college, next question, please.
Sorry. We have Nardine is in the chat asking if CUNY Law. Can we go back to CUNY Law for a question? Or should we wait till the end?
Let's wait till the end. Let's get through all the colleges and then those who missed. I know John Jay missed to ask a question and CUNY Law, so.
Okay, so we take Queens College. College of Staten Island. York College. BMCC. Bronx Community College. Gutman College.
Yes, Goodman is here. I have a question. I know we have been talking about unity communication, but my question is regarding to the chairperson who got elected. So when we talk about the previous chairperson, we tend to talk negatively what they haven't accomplished. So instead of talking about what they haven't accomplished, I am more interested in how you are going to continue the great work previous chair has been done.
Okay. Okay, that question goes to Salimatu first.
Can you please repeat your question, Bashir? I was out to fix my technological problem.
Yes, of course. So my question was that when somebody is seeking for position, they tend to talk negatively about the previous chairperson. So rather than talking about their failures, what strategies are you bringing in to accomplish more and be more like achievement for the chairperson?
Thank you. I believe in constructive criticism. I believe in pointing out what's good and very respectfully saying what could be improved, because no one is at a 0 level here and no one is at 100. We all have a middle ground. We all have things that we can improve. And I'm going to reiterate it. It's all about communication. It's not because someone is not chair anymore that they are not in USS anymore, that you cannot speak to them anymore. And most importantly, that you cannot learn from them. We can all learn from each other here, from the people who have been in steering before, who are in steering now, from the people who are not even running for any type of position, even the people who are not in USS. We can all learn from each other. So that's the spirit, that's the strategy, and that's the vibe for me. Just being able to learn, just being able to think critically. We all take these classes, I believe, in CUNY, in any school, even in architecture, we have to think critically about everything and make our own decisions based and see the good in what people did. There is the bad. And we should acknowledge what's bad, but ultimately nothing is bad for me. Things can just be improved. Things can be done in a better way. Everything that hasn't been done as planned for me is just a case study. It's just something that you can look at, something that you can learn from, something that you can identify and include one way or another in your future plans to do better. So that's the spirit that I have, and that's the spirit that I want to communicate to the whole team here.
Okay, thank you. Same question, Havran.
Thank you. I mean, the question, I feel like, okay, I'm gonna try to rephrase the question over here. I think that if you find that everything that someone says is negative, maybe that could be also a possible bad way to approach it. So let me put it like this: everything that I said until now about previous chair people, although I didn't name anyone, or the body itself, doesn't mean that I don't actually respect the chairperson. Personally, if I need a name out, I think that Giovanni is one of the best student trustees by far that we could have asked for. I've said that repeatedly. Unfortunately, nobody hears that part whenever I say it. Giovanni, every time I see her speaking, okay, she's a good public speaker. Nobody can deny that. Nobody can take it away from her. Regardless, okay, throughout the year, if you have followed, okay, you can see that I had criticism of that. Does that mean that I hate Giovanni or that I'm focusing only on the negative? No. Does that mean that I'm blaming Giovanni for what's going on? No. There has been something that happened in USS, okay, in the past, I would say like even 5 years, okay, that just people don't give a flying, they don't care about what's going on in terms of the body itself. They don't come to quorum. You think I could blame someone, the previous administration, for that, for people not coming to quorum? Is that something that she's subjected to that? She got one of the most tough years in USS by far, okay, in terms of COVID, okay, and I respect her for that. Yet I still have criticism on some stuff that she did, as I'm willing to bet that she has criticism on stuff that I did, okay? And a lot of people in my own SGA don't like the stuff that I do. It's fair game. It does need to say, and I'm going to agree with Salimatu 100%. It does need to be said in a respectful way. And yes, I think I'm out of time. Sorry.
Okay, Abigail.
Yeah, thank you. So the way I look at it is this: I do not criticize people. People are people, and quite honestly, this is a plenary. It's not an island, or no one's an island unto themselves. This is all contributory. Everyone was here, everyone contributed. I'm going to be here for one term and then that's it. I'm here this year, once I'm out, that's it, I'm gone. I will not qualify for USS after this. So that being said, I'm going to be a great delegate for the students I represent one way or the other, whether I'm elected to steering or not, because I have need behind me to leave a legacy, as Giovanni rightfully pointed out. In that respect, I don't look to blame people in the past. I look at the environment and what they had to deal with, and Giovanni did incredible things. I have nothing but absolute praise for her. I think as a whole body, there were problems here, but even that, I don't think is any one person's fault. We have to come together and take our responsibility seriously and communicate with each other. And that's just what it is. When I come in as chair, I want to enable everyone to be able to do that. And that's the most important thing, that I look forward and see how I can constructively support everyone in here, not that I look to the past. Thank you. I surrender the remainder of 15 seconds.
Okay, Rajvinda.
I believe there are like no failures, only experiences. And whatever happens, we learn something from that. And if something has happened that's like a bad thing, it's not because of one person. It's a contribution of a lot of persons. A lot of things goes on a decision. It's not something that I'm gonna take. If you're in USS, it's something that everyone is gonna, vote on or do something that will affect the main decision. So yeah, I believe I'm gonna learn from the past mistakes and experiences from the previous chairpersons and will continue my journey. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next caller, next question.
Hostos Community College. Kingsborough Community College. LaGuardia Community College. Queens Community College. That concludes all the schools.
Did we want to go back to, I believe, the law school?
CUNY Law.
Yes.
Thank you. My question for the possible chairs is we are amongst many students fighting anti-Black, anti-Palestinian, Islamophobic and other forms of racism at CUNY Law, which brands itself as a social justice law school. And last semester, our dean actually had to resign for making anti-Black comments. And this semester, CUNY Law acknowledged attacks on Palestinian students after the efforts of amazing student organizers. We know that many CUNY students and organizations are fighting for these same issues and oftentimes face fierce backlash for their work from their administrations and CUNY as a whole. What is your plan to support the free speech and protection of student organizers fighting for liberation movements across the world? Thank you.
Okay, that question goes to Aharon first.
Oh, wow, I got the question. Okay, so Nardine, thank you. Good question. Yeah, we had a year last year. I think that came up a lot. That kind of concern that you have. And whether you're going to believe me or not on this, I actually feel passionate with you about this. I know we have our disagreements politically on where we stand on this. Anybody who wants to see the lovely comments that we have on the USS post over there can see also the death threats that I got, and Nardine also got a lot of death threats. It was appalling, the stuff that people said over there. People told me to brush my hair. As you can see, today the hair is brushed for the occasion, but it got very personal and very dirty. Okay, and I do think that this is a problem. Now, I'm going to go back to the question, Nardine. First of all, I don't think personally that USS should be getting involved politically into situations which alienate students from the body itself. Let me try to explain very quickly about this. We don't want, for example, to endorse Biden or to endorse Trump because we don't want to alienate the people. Whether we agree with Trump or with Biden, we don't want to do that. That's part of our bylaws. We don't endorse political candidates. It's a rule that we have, and it's a rule that we should stick by. It's the same idea also when it comes to problematic stuff, okay, that you might not agree with me on this, okay, but when it comes to alienating Jewish students, okay. Now, I know that you have a very strong position and you're a very good public speaker in terms of the Palestinian cause, and I say go for it. I just personally don't think that USS should take a side on that. USS should be neutral, both ways. It shouldn't take a side. It shouldn't be, well, they could take a side when, for example, we're going to stand in solidarity with Palestinians, okay? That is something that we should do. On the other hand, we shouldn't be accusing the Chinese state, okay, for something that they're doing, even if we, okay, I'm out of time, sorry.
Okay, Abigail?
Oh, thank you. I think a lot of the time this is taken as a point of contention, like supporting the freedom of speech of different students, of different organizations is a matter of conflict. It's not. Freedom of speech is always earned by the student body. We all pay our student activity fee. We all have the rights to protest for what we need to. And we as USS should support that one thing. We do not need to support the politics in order to support the freedom. And I think that was the absolute thing missing from this discussion. We can be appalled at the loss of life. We can be supportive of the students who have suffered. We've done this before without getting involved in the politics. We've done this with BLM. where we've supported the loss of Black lives without actually getting into all these intricate politics that make the rest of it highly controversial. And I think this is not a point of contention. And if anyone does see it as, my question is, what are you really here for? Because we're here for the whole student body, not just one person. We are here to protect all those lives, not just one. And yes, we have to raise the equity of certain lives because they have been marginalized for so long. This is undoubtable. And anyone who questions this absolutely has not seen facts. I have 30 seconds left, so I'm gonna try and fit as much as possible. But yes, that is my policy and I stand by it. And I will stand by it all the way through, and I surrender the remainder of my time. 15 seconds.
Thank you. Rajvinder?
The community builds by people and people. So we, the USS, are for students, and for every student, we have to do something. If someone is facing a problem, if someone faces comments, we as a USS must go and help him, her, because if we will ignore him today, there will be more like him that will be ignored. If we go and help one student, there will be a greater impression on others too, that there is someone who will help us, who will stand for us. So we have to always go and advocate for students, no matter if that's one student, two student, or a whole community. Yeah.
Okay, great, thank you. Are there any other colleges who did not go the first round who have any questions at this point?
I did not answer this question.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize.
No
Go
problem.
ahead, please.
So I totally second everything Abigail said. I think that we should approach things on a human rights perspective. When we talk about these issues, we should talk about the people themselves. Now, we have to be honest here about the fact that we are going to face backlash, like Aaron said. No matter how you approach these issues, people are going to be upset. But at the end of the day, they are going to be upset for sure, but we can only do so much. And as chair, every move that you make is going to be criticized by someone. Every move that you make, someone is not going to like it one way or another. So the only thing that we can do here is make sure that we approach things with love, compassion. We do not take sides, because I feel like we should be neutral, but only humanly neutral. Who are the people in this situation? Who are they? What are they going through? So I do not think that we should endorse any type of political parties or something like that. We're doing politics in USS, but the CUNY population is so diverse. There are so many students, people coming from all over the world. So we are never going to be able to get it 100% right, but it is our duty, it is our role to represent all of them, or at least provide them the space where they can speak up. If CUNY right now doesn't allow these students to speak up, we can create these little spaces when they can speak up. We can create little conversations with them. We can approach them and at least listen to them, make them feel like they're understood. Being an international student myself, I know what it is like to stand in this country and hear everything that is happening in my country and feeling like I'm powerless. All I'm looking for is a space where I can express myself freely. So freedom of speech is important, and it is just so important for people's mental sanity. And that's what we should be focusing on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, any other college with that hasn't had the opportunity to ask the question? Right now?
I do have a question from Jeff. Sorry. Could I ask my question, Giovanni? Or?
Yeah, for free.
Okay. So my question for the chairperson candidates. So the University Student Senate is not very visible to the general student body. We have been trying to work on increasing visibility. So if elected chairperson of the University Student Senate, what initiatives will you take to increase the visibility of the University Student Senate so it will be more accessible to the all CUNY students?
That question goes to Abigail first.
Oh, it does. Thank you. So first of all, we already sort of have a venue for doing this. Every campus has a student government with proper representatives. It also has a student life office, which we have equal access to. Of course, when we're back on campus, I want to get around and actually see the individual campus and talk to students. But in lieu of that, online, I want to hold town halls. Vice chairs will be divided to different cohorts that take groups of campuses. I will also engage the SGA president. Obviously, we have a council, but also the student life offices, because there's a lot that goes through that. It's not just the SGA themselves. And being interfaced to that and the actual campus president give a lot of connection to what's going on. And I will make it my business to get on the horn with each of them as much as I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Rajvinder, please.
In some of the colleges, students don't even know that SG exists. So the best way is to, go to the clubs and let them know what USS do. And so that through the clubs, we can, let students know who we are, what we are doing. And also, as I stated in a previous question, that I would like all of us to, go to campuses. Like, there are so many students here. So we can, every month do a little event, or, a little something in every college, to help students to get to know about that we exist. A place where, they can go talk to USS about even SGA if their SGA is not doing great, and everything. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Salimatu?
Yes. So the one advantage that we have as USS